and advanced treatment of materials. He was the first president and founder of the IEEE Italian chapter on nanotechnology. He has directed 37 PhD scholars and more than 30 master's thesis students. His research activity concerned the optical properties of semiconductors. During the last years, he concentrated on silicon-based photonics, where he looked for the convergence between photonics and electronics. He is interested in active photonic devices, which can be integrated into silicon by using optical nonlinearities and modified material properties. His interests encompass also optical sensors or biosensors and solar cells. A recent development is toward integrated quantum photonics and neuromorphic photonics. In silicon photonics, he is one of the worldwide recognized experts. He organized several international conferences, workshops, and schools, and is a frequently invited speaker. He manages several research projects, both national and international. He is an ERC grantee. He is a frequently invited reviewer, monitor, or referee for photonic projects by several grant agencies. He is an author or co-author of more than 500 papers, author of several reviews, editor of more than 15 books, author of 2 books, and holds 9 patents. He is chief specialty editor of the section Photonics and Optics of the Frontiers in Physics and founding editor of the series Photonic Materials and Applications, a joint initiative of SPI and Elsevier. Moreover, he sits on the editorial board of the ETRI journal and of the journals Sensors and Applied Sciences, Optics and Lasers. He is in the advisory board of Glass2Pave, an Italian startup. In 2001, he was awarded the title of Cavalier by the Italian president for scientific merit. In 2010 and 2011, he was elected Distinguished Speaker of the IEEE Photonics Society. He is a fellow of the IEEE, of SPI, of AAIA, and of the SIF. He holds an H number of 62 according to the Scopus and of Web of Science, and of 76 according to the Google Scholar. We are honored and privileged to have him as a plenary speaker. The title of his talk is Classical and Quantum Silicon Photonics. Few examples. So, Professor Pavesi, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. I try to share my screen. You should now see my screen. And so I would like to address you on the topic of classical and quantum silicon photonics, and I will give you a few examples of those 2 research fields. But before doing that, so I want to locate myself. So I'm coming from University of Trento, that is in Italy. So Italy is in Europe, and Trento University is in the north part of Europe, of Italy, among the Alps. So there is a nice town here. You see a photograph. And here I'm leading the nanoscience laboratory, and the activity that we are performing within the nanoscience laboratory concern quantum photonics, non-Hermitian photonics, and neuromorphic photonics. So here, if you are interested to know more about what we did in the last years, so I just wrote a paper published in Frontiers in Physics that is entitled 30 Years in Silicon Photonics. And I should thank the people in my lab that did most of the work that I'm going to present. And my activity is essentially related to silicon photonics. So first of all, I would like to introduce you to this field of research. So in silicon photonics, what we are trying to do is trying to squeeze a full optical lab into a very tiny integrated photonic circuit. And the reason why we want to do that is because on one side, we are achieving more efficient devices because the photonic devices are more stable, show lower noise and lower losses. But on the other side, by decreasing the dimension and decreasing the cost of the devices, so we also introduce a widespread diffusion of the photonics devices that we are developing. In addition to that, so we use silicon in order to get a CMOS compatible fabricated device. So what do we mean by silicon photonics then? By silicon photonics, we mean photonic devices that are fabricated by using silicon and standard silicon processing. So in this way, we leverage on the advantages of the microelectronic industry in terms of the possibility to manufacture in large volumes the photonic devices, at the same time by keeping their costs low and achieving state-of-the-art performance. In addition to that, since we are using the very same processing technology as the microelectronic industry, we can naturally merge in the same chip both photonics and electronics. And therefore, in silicon photonics, we are following a very same paradigm to success as the one that has been followed by microelectronics, meaning that we do start it from isolated components, then we do integrate those components into a single chip, and finally, we are putting this single chip into a compact integrated system. So in silicon photonics, we do follow essentially the following steps. First of all, so we do concentrate on the behavior of a single device. Here you see a microphotograph of a microdisk that is vertically coupled to a silicon waveguide. So once we know how the single isolated component works, then we do develop and we do design complicated circuit architecture where many of these devices are inserted. Here you see the typical layout of one of our integrated circuits. Then we pass this design to a fab, and then the fab manufacture the photonic integrated chip. Here you see an example of one of those chips that have been fabricated by Bruno Kessler Foundation here in Trento. Once we have the chip, we do insert the chip into a package, and we take care of both the input and output of optical signal by coupling with optical fibers, as well as the input and output of the electrical signal in the circuit by doing electrical wiring of the chip. Finally, the package is inserted into a system, and the system can be as small as a USB key. Here you see an example of a random number generator that has the size of a USB key, or the system can be as large as the one that I'm showing here, which is a system that is used to sense the presence of toxin in milk. And here you see the fact that the system is quite large, and the reason by which this system is large is because the photonic integrated circuit is small, but then we need to have all the reservoir, all the pumps, and so on and so forth to handle the liquid. So here is the path to the success of integrated silicon photonics. Now I would like to show you a few examples of the application of silicon photonics in two different realms. The first one is the realm of classical photonics, where by classical I mean photonics that is based on the classical electromagnetic theory. And here I want to show you how we have developed the neural networks that can perform, that can achieve functions that are quite interesting functions. And on the other side, so what we are also doing is that we are developing photonic circuits, which are the base of quantum information theory, meaning that these photonic circuits are explained by using quantum mechanics, and what I will show is the use of this photonic circuit to generate entangled photon pairs, and how by using these entangled photon pairs is possible to enable a spectroscopy that is called a ghost spectroscopy. So I will show those two examples, one of classical electromagnetic theory and the second one of the theory of quantum mechanics. And both of them are applied to integrated photonic circuit. So let's start by discussing the first application, so neural networks. So here, the topic concerned, let me see, maybe, okay. Here, the topic concerned the development of a photonic platform for artificial intelligence. And the motivation came from the fact that the brain is actually a very nice model in terms of a computational system that show a very large power efficiency. So we do think by consuming a very small amount of power, as well as a very nice example of a high-performance device that fits into a small form factor. And so trying to emulate the way our brain think is the subject of artificial intelligence. In artificial intelligence nowadays, the demonstrations are extremely impressive. So the major microelectronics, or let's say the major companies active in informatics are developing artificial intelligence model. However, nowadays, the development of artificial intelligence face a challenge because the schemes are extremely performant, but at the same time, they are extremely energy hungry. So the power consumed by artificial intelligence model is exploding. Here, photonics came at a rescue. And indeed, several different photonics examples have been published where complicated neural networks have been elaborated. And the reason why photonics is so interesting is threefold. The first one is the fact that light is faster. The second one is that photonic devices are power efficient, so we do not have an effect such as the Joule effect for electrical current. And third, so we can exploit the vectorial nature of the electric field, meaning that we can work with the wavelength as well as with the intensity and the phase of the light field. Let me show a very simple example in order to understand why the speed of photonics is relevant. So try to consider how during the evolution, the growth of a child, the brain learns. So we know that in order to get mature, a person needs to reach an age at about 15 or 18 years. And during this phase, we have that the learning process in the brain occurs. So at the end of these 15, 18 years, so the brain of a person is able to perform multiple functions. On the other hand, if we compare the typical time by which a biological neuron affect an operation, so the typical time a neuron fire, which is in the order of milliseconds, and we compare that with the typical time an optical neuron, so an optical component can switch, which is of the order of picosecond. So we see that here we have a time factor that is more than 9 orders of magnitude, which means that if we would be able to make an artificial optical brain, the learning process will occur in a very short time of less than half a millisecond. And so this is a strong motivation to move to photonics in order to implement a function that emulates the human brain. So what I want to show you now is how it is possible to make a neural network by using photonic, simple photonic integrated circuit. So the two basic building blocks that I'm going to exploit are the following. So first one is what is called a thermal phase shifter. So a device that is able to control the phase of the light that is propagating through an optical waveguide. And in order to control the phase of the light, what we are using is simply a metal wire that is placed on top of the silicon waveguide in such a way that when a current is flowing through the metal wire, by the Joule effect, the metal wire heat up, and we have an heat flow through the structure so that the temperature of the silicon waveguide increases. And the increase of the temperature of the waveguide is reflected through the thermo-optic effect in a variation of the refractive index of the waveguide itself. And the variation of the refractive index of the waveguide change the phase of the light that is traveling through the waveguide. And therefore, by using the thermal phase shifter, we can control, by using the current, we can control the phase of the light that is propagating in this section of the waveguide. So this is the first building block. The second building block is a microring resonator. So a microring resonator is nothing else than a waveguide that is closed on itself. And therefore, we have that the light starts to circulate within the resonator. Now, if the wavelength of the light satisfies the resonance condition, by which a multiple number of wavelengths are stored within the microring resonator in such a way that we get constructive interference, so we can find the resonance equation that states that the wavelength of the resonance is equal to the optical path of the microring resonator. And the optical path depends on the refractive index of the material and the radius clearly of the resonator. Now the effective index of the material can be influenced by the power of the light that is traveling through the microring resonator. Essentially, we have two effects. The first one is linked to the temperature, and the second one is linked to the free carriers that are generated by two-photon absorption inside the waveguide. So by two-photon absorption, we generate free carriers in the conduction band as well as in the valence band. And those free carriers, through the free carrier dispersion, affect the effective index of the waveguide. Then we have that those free carriers relax, and during the relaxation, we have the emission of phonons. And those phonons heat up the silicon waveguide. And therefore, through the thermalization of the free carrier, we have an increase of the temperature of the waveguide that, through the thermo-optic effect, increase the refractive index of the waveguide itself. And therefore, what we have is that the refractive index of the waveguide depends non-linearly on the power of the signal that is traveling inside the waveguide. And these affect the resonance condition of our microring resonator. And therefore, now we have a device which we can control by controlling the power of the light. And the response is a strong nonlinearity in the response of the microring resonator to an optical field. But let's go back to our neurons, because our objective is to develop a circuit that is able to perform as an artificial brain. And so typically a biological neuron is made in such a way that we have a body, so the sum of the neurons, where the computation is performed. Then we have input terminals, and we have an output single terminal. And the signal from the body of the neuron is sent to the nearby neuron through the output terminal, that is the axon. And the signal is passed to the nearby neuron through contact points that are called synapses. So essentially, in a neuron, we have many different synapses that came from very different neurons. And so what happens is that the signal from all those neurons are summed up in the body of the neurons. And depending whether the signal is above or below a given threshold, so we have that the neuron activate and send a spike to the other neurons, send a signal to the other neurons. So what we are trying to do is that we are trying to emulate this function. And in order to emulate this function, a mathematical object that is called a perceptron has been invented. So this perceptron is nothing else than a function that links the output of the perceptron to the input of the perceptron through a nonlinear function that depends on the sum, on a weighted sum of the inputs, of all the inputs performed by the body of the perceptron. So in this perceptron, which we are emulating the neurons, what we get is that first we get the sum through a weight, so a weighted sum of all the different inputs, and then we perform a nonlinear representation of this sum in order to get the output of the perceptron. So during the learning phase, so we force the output to get a given value, and in order to do that, so we change the weight by which we make the sum of the inputs. So the idea is to try to achieve the same function with an optical circuit, and therefore to develop an optical neuron. So the function that we need to achieve is perform a weighted sum of the inputs, and then through an activation function, get the output of the optical neuron. So the sum is easily performed. We can do the sum by using optical couplers. And then the activation function in the first example I'm showing is nothing else than the photo detection, which occurs in a photodiode of the optical signal. Since the optical signal is represented by the electric field, in the sum, we have the sum of complex quantities. So we sum the amplitude as well as the phase. So we get the interference of the optical input fields in the body of our optical neuron. As well as what concerns the activation function. So here is a very simple function because it's nothing else than the intensity of the resulting of the output field. Since the photodetector is sensitive to the intensity of the signal and not to the electrical field. And so what we are doing is that we are squaring the result of the sum by measuring the photocurrent produced in the photodetector. So this is essentially the idea of the optical neuron. And here is the actual representation, the actual circuit through which we achieve our optical neurons. So here we have a fiber that insert through gratings the signal into the circuit, then the signal is split into 4 waveguides. And what is characteristic of these optical neurons is the fact that along the waveguides, we have 4 different delay lines. And the reason why we are using the delay lines is easily explained, is to add memory to the device. So let us assume to have an input signal that is changing with the time. For example, here is a signal that is oscillating between 0 and 1. So we have pulses of light, which in this case have a duration of 100 picoseconds each. And then we make this signal propagating through our 4 waveguides, through which we have the 3 different delay lines. And so what happens is that after the delay lines, we have that along the different 4 waveguides, we have delayed representation of the input field. And therefore, what we achieve is that in this waveguide, we have the signal in the present. In this waveguide, we have the signal which was there 50 picoseconds before. Here we have the signal that was there 100 picoseconds before. And here we have the signal that was there 150 picoseconds before. And therefore, we can make to interact the signal in the present with the signal in the past. So we are essentially adding memory to our circuitry. Then those 4 signals are multiplied, are passing through a phase shifter. And therefore, what we are doing is that we are adding a controlled phase to all those 4 signals. After we do recombine, we make the interference of all the signal, which means that we are making the complex sum of the signal that has been delayed multiplied by the phase shift that we have introduced. So the function that we are performing is the weighted function of the input signal weighted by a phase that we are controlling through the current that is flowing into the different phase shifter. Then this sum is non-linearly transformed by the photodetector, and finally we obtain the output. So in this way, here is an example of the actual signal. In this way, we have that the actual signal that is entering into our optical perceptron on the actual signal. So we are performing a weighted sum of the signal in the present plus the signal in the past. And therefore, we have that the output depends on the signal in the present plus the signal in the past, and the sum is weighted by the phase through which we are controlling the propagation of the signal in the different waveguides. During the learning phase, what we are doing is that we are changing the weight in order to force the output to achieve the desired result. So let me show you the actual device that we have developed. And so this is a photograph of the circuit. So the circuit is extremely small. So it measures only 0.3 millimeter in width and 1.4 millimeter in length. Here you also see all the different wires that we use in order to change the weight, so to insert the current in the thermal shifter. And let me show an application of this device to a quite severe problem in optical communication. So in optical communication, you have that the light is traveling through fibers. And since the fibers have a chromatic dispersion, we get that the output of the fiber, we have that the input signal is distorted because of the chromatic dispersion. So actually what happens inside the fiber is that the input pulse, the input signal, is broadening in time. And therefore, so what happens is that we have that nearby bits do interfere among themselves. And so we lose the information that we were transmitting. So this problem is called intersymbol interference and is affected by the chromatic dispersion. So what we want to do is that we want to use our neural network in order to recover the signal, the optical signal at the input. So here, the problem is shown in these figures. So we have the input signal, where we have that the 1 and the 0 are clearly distinguishable. And then here we have the transmit signal after 100 kilometers of optical fiber. And so what you see is that due to the interference, intersymbol interference, you have that the distinction between the 1 and the 0 is not as clear as it was before. If we do an histogram of the amplitude of the transmitted pulse, we see that the two histograms of the zeros and the ones overlap at the threshold, overlap in a very specific situation. And so this means that this overlap introduces errors in the transmission of the channel of the optical fiber. So we don't know whether these are ones or zeros. And therefore, what we are doing is that we are using our neural network in order to separate those histograms so that we can recover the initial information. So here is the actual action of the neural network. So this is the input, where we see that the histogram of the 0 and of the 1 are very well separated. This is the transmitted histogram without the neural network, where we see that it is difficult to clearly define where we have the 0 and the 1 for given situation. And here is the recovered signal. So after the neural network. So after the training period, so we have trained our neural network to recover the zeros and the 1. So we have recovered the initial distribution of the 0 and the 1. So this is the action of the neural network. So we can quantify the performance by computing, by showing the bit error rate, so how many bits are erroneously interpreted as a function of the signal that is received to the detector. And what you see here is the fact that by using a signal that has a bit rate of 10 gigabit per second and via a transmission through 100 kilometer long fiber, you see that the bit error rate is severely degraded for the optical fiber, and this bit error rate is recovered, so is improved when we use the neural network. And so our simple neural network is able to recover the initial signal. So what we see is that the neural network is able to work at 10 gigabit per second here. Here is an example where we use 40 gigabit per second, and still we recover a low value of the bit error rate for a propagation length of 20 kilometers. And here is another example where we use another more complicated format of the transmitted data that is called PAM4. So we do modulate in amplitude the transmitted pulse. And you see that also in this case with 4 different levels. So we are able, by using the neural network, to recover the initial information. And all this is achieved at 40 gigabit per second, so a very high speed. So this one is an example of the use of classical photonics to implement a neural network that is able to be recover the optical signal in a communication links. Now I want to pass to example of the quantum physics. And so what I want to show you is the fact that by using quantum photonics is possible to enable quantum devices. And the example is a device that is able to perform ghost spectroscopy. So why we, by the way, as the chairman has said, I am also director of this institute, that is the Quantum Science and Technology Institute in Trento. And so the motivation of this work is because of the success of quantum mechanics. And actually this year, the Nobel Prize has been awarded to Klauser, Zellinger, and Aspect for the demonstration of one of the basic principle of quantum mechanics is the fact that entanglement is an intrinsic properties of nature. So the quantum technology and science is actually a booming technology, and here is a graph which shows the investment, public investment on quantum science and technology worldwide. And you can also see that there is a huge initiative also in India where the government has reserved $1 billion for promoting quantum science and technology. So the reason is because those technologies are penetrating the market. And here are a forecast of the improvement, increase of the market related to quantum technology in the next 10 years. So you see that the market will grow with a very high rate in the order of 20%. And most of the increase, most of the application field are related to quantum computing and quantum cryptography. European Commission, so Europe, is saying that the future is actually quantum. And the impact of quantum technologies in several different fields that span from quantum key distribution, so secure communication, to quantum computing, to quantum sensor, to quantum software, and so on and so forth. So quantum technologies are really permeating technologies. So quantum technology are based on the properties of quantum, of the nature of quantum mechanics, and those are the fact that the states can exist in a superposition of the wave function exists in a superposition of two states. But what I want to concentrate in is the properties of entanglement. So actually, Schrödinger, at the beginning of quantum mechanics, state that entanglement is not one of the characteristics of quantum mechanics, but rather is the fundamental properties of quantum mechanics. So everything is based on the entanglement. And so what we want to do here, what I want to do is the way to show you the way which we are using in order to produce entangled photon states in integrated photonic circuit. So in order to do that, I need to show you the basic building blocks that we are going to use. So the basic building block is on one side the optical waveguide, but in this case, so we do concentrate on the properties of the optical waveguide, the fact that an optical waveguide can support different optical modes. And what is characteristic is the fact that each one of those modes is characterized by a given effective index. So while the light is propagating in the waveguide, we have that the different mode travel with a different effective index. So this is the first properties, the first building block that we are going to exploit in order to generate entangled photon pairs. The second property is the fact that silicon has a nonlinear properties related to this third order nonlinearity. And specifically, what we are using is an effect that is called four-way mixing. In four-way mixing, what you have is that two PAM photons, which have their own energy, those two PAM photons spontaneously annihilated by producing two other photons that are linked to the original photons by the conservation law, meaning that we need to conserve the energy as well as the phase in the process. What is interesting for our application is the fact that those two generated photons are both time and energy correlated, meaning that they are entangled photon pairs. So by using spontaneous four-way mixing in a waveguide, it is possible to generate entangled photon pairs. So typically, the photons that has a lower wavelength is called the idler photon, and the photon that has a larger wavelength is called the signal photon. And so in the process of generating the entangled photon pairs, so we need to conserve the energy as well as the phase. So let us concentrate on the phase, because this is actually the important point in our photon source. So the conservation of the photon phase means that we need to have that the sum of the momentum of the propagation constant of the PAM photons should be equal to the sum of the propagation constant of the signal and the idler photons. Now we can relate the propagation constant with the effective index, and therefore the conservation of the momentum of the propagation constant translate into this formula here, which is clearly observed the fact that if the effective index is the same, which means that if all the photons travel on the same optical mode, therefore we have that this one is equal to that one, is equal to this one, is equal to that one. And so we end up with a relationship between the frequency of the PAM photons and the frequency of the signal and idler photon, by which we need to have that the frequency of the PAM photon, the frequency of the signal photon and the idler photon are all almost equal. This is reflected in the efficiency of the generation process of entangled photon pairs that show a peak near the wavelength of the PAM photon and then drastically decrease as we depart from the energy of the PAM photon. On the other hand, now, if we relax the condition by which the effective index is the same, then we can also have generation of signal and idler photon which have very different energies. And so in order to do that, we need to use different modal orders so that we can have different effective refractive index characteristic of each photon mode. By using that, so we can strongly differentiate the frequency of the PAM photon from the difference of the signal and the idler photon. And so this is actually what happens. So here in red is the generation efficiency for photons that are traveling on different orders. So here in this example, we have that the two PAM photons are traveling in the first order mode and the second order mode, while the signal and idler photons are traveling on the second order mode and on the first order mode. As a result, we have that the signal in this case, the signal is generated at a wavelength that is very different from the PAM photon wavelength. Moreover, if we do change the waveguide width, and therefore we change the characteristic of the different modal orders, so we can increase this detuning between the signal photon and the idler photon up to a value that is larger than 1 micron. And therefore, by using this technology, so we can generate a signal photon in a region that is very far from the 50-50 nanometer region where we have the PAM photon. Actually, so we are entering into the mid-infrared. And remember that the idler and the signal photon are entangled. So now the question is, how can we implement this kind of process into an integrated chip? So this is the circuit that we are using. So the circuit is very simple. So we have an input. Then in this input, we insert our 50-50 nanometer signal. Then we have a splitter by which we send half of the power in this waveguide and the other half of the power in this other waveguide. Then we have the multimodal waveguide here, so the wider waveguide with respect to the initial one. And what we do now, this PAM photon is traveling directly into this multimodal waveguide, while this other PAM photon is coupled through an asymmetric directional coupler into this other mode. So the function that performs this asymmetric directional coupler is the fact that it is able to translate the first order mode PAM photon that is traveling into this waveguide, and it couples, it excites the second order mode in this other waveguide. And therefore, what we have is after this asymmetric directional coupler, we have that in this multimodal waveguide, we have a PAM photon that travels in the first order mode and a PAM photon that is traveling on the second order mode. And therefore, so we can excite the intermodal four-wave mixing, which means that we can generate the signal photon at, so this is the idler photon at 1.3 nanometer and the signal photon at 2 micron. Then in the output, we use the same asymmetric directional coupler, and therefore now we have a signal photon that is output at this waveguide and another signal photon that is output at this other waveguide. So we are separating the signal and the idler. So what is even more important is by tuning the width of the waveguide, so we can generate photons in the mid-infrared. Now what we can do is that we can use this photon source in order to exploit them for application in the mid-infrared. So for doing spectroscopy in the mid-infrared. The reason why we want to do spectroscopy in the mid-infrared is because several different gases have very resolved absorption line in the mid-infrared. And therefore, what we want to do is that we want to perform spectroscopy, so transmission of light through a gas in the mid-infrared. What I want to show you is that by using quantum photonics, it is possible to improve the spectroscopy and to perform this spectroscopy even in presence of a high environmental noise. And what I want to show you is that the source of these photons for doing this spectroscopy is realized by using integrated photonics. So this is the actual chip that we are using. And so by using the source that I've shown you before, so we have demonstrated the possibility to generate photons in the mid-infrared. And now that we have these energy and time correlated photons, so we can use the paradigm of the Gauss spectroscopy. So in this technique, what happens is the fact that we take the two entangled photons, so energy and time correlated photons, we do make the mid-infrared photon to interact with the gas that we are interested in. And then by using a bucket detector, we simply measure the transmission intensity, so the transmission of the single photons. On the other hand, we do perform on the idler photon, we do perform the spectroscopy, meaning that we do look at the spectral dependence of the transmitted photons in the near infrared by a spectrogram here. And so by the idea is the fact that now these measurements is triggered by the bucket detector. And by doing this, so we get several advantages. So the first one is that we are reducing the noise because the time correlation between the entangled photons allow us to detect, to measure the near infrared photons only when the mid-infrared photon has been detected by the bucket detector here. And therefore, what we are doing is that we are doing a time filtering by exploiting the time correlation between the two photons. The second big advantage is the fact that we get what is called a ghost information translation. So the fact that we are using energy correlated photons, so entangled photon pairs, means that the photon that we are detecting in the near infrared is energy correlated to the photon in the mid infrared. And so we can make a spectroscopy in the near infrared by measuring the transmission of the mid infrared photons. How we do the spectroscopy in this specific application? What we do is that we simply change the pump wavelength. So by using a tunable laser in the 1550, in the third telecom window, we are able to change the idler photon wavelength, as well as we are able to change the signal photon wavelength. And now we can perform the experiment. So what we do is that we compare two different settings. The first one is a standard absorption spectroscopy on the signal photon. So we measure the transmission of the signal photon, the one in the mid-infrared. And the second one is to perform the Gauss spectroscopy. And therefore, here we do analyze the correlated photon pair, and we measure and we do a spectroscopy only on the idler photon. So here is the result. So by changing the pump photon wavelength, so we are scanning the signal photon wavelength across the absorption band of our gas, and we do the spectral analysis on the idler photon in the near infrared. So here is a result of the measurements of the spectrum of CO2. And the measurements is done in a condition of high environmental noise, so in a condition of signal-to-noise ratio of 0.04. So the orange line here are the result of the measurements when we do measure directly the transmission of the mid-infrared photon. And so when we do a classical transmission experiment, while the the green dot or the blue line is the result of the measurements when we are performing the Gauss spectroscopy measurements. And what you see is the fact that by using this time and energy correlation, so we can improve significantly the sensitivity of our measurements. And indeed, here we do compare the transmission at the given wavelength, the transmission as a function of the pressure in the sensing chamber. And what you see is the fact that by doing classical absorption, we have a very low sensitivity, while by doing the ghost spectroscopy measurements, we have a much larger sensitivity. On the other hand, if now we do perform spectroscopy on the near-infrared photons, so meaning we use on the near-infrared photons, we use a bandpass filter with a very sharp bandpass, we can even, and by measuring the spectroscopy on the near-infrared photon, we can even resolve much better the different vibrational lines of our CO2 molecules. And this is an example of the ghost information translation, meaning that that in the mid-infrared, the photons is interacting with the gas, while we are doing the spectroscopy on the near-infrared photons. So here I'm concluding. So I hope that these couple of examples show you the potentiality and the actual use of silicon photonics integrated circuit. I've ensured you that it is possible to enable very interesting devices by using simple photonic structures. What we are exploiting are the silicon non-optical nonlinearities. And what we are going to do now is to merge all those simple devices into complex, complicated matrices in order to achieve even more sophisticated devices. So I would like to acknowledge the support by the European Commission and by the local government for the quantum science and technology activity, as well as the European Commission for the neuromorphic photonics activity I show you. These are a few references for if you are interested in, and I would like also to thank the audience for the attention. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Pavesi, for a wonderful talk. We can take a couple of questions. So any questions from audience?
No question.
Hello, thank you for your talk. I had a question regarding the second example you gave, the spectroscopy. You mentioned that the source is for gas spectroscopy. Will it work for different kinds of sources? So for example, say you had the light diffusely reflecting off a sample. Would the kind of noise or low signals that you get there, would it still be practical to use this kind of technique?
Yes. So you're asking whether we could do the same, not for transmission, but for reflection.
Yes.
And the answer is definitely yes.
Okay.
So the fact is that what the idea of this ghost spectroscopy is the fact that by using entangled photon pairs, so you can do the spectroscopy on the photon that has not interacted with the sample. And the interaction with the sample can be any, so can be reflection, can be transmission, can be absorption as we have shown, and so.
Okay, thank you. I also had a question on the first part where you had, let me think. Okay, let me give the mic to somebody and I will rephrase my question and come back to you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, hi, sir. Very nice talk, definitely very interesting. My question is a little bit naive, like, second, related to the second part. The similar way we have on the solids, the spectroscopy in the solids or liquids, apart from gases, with using the same ghost spectroscopy, and if not, what will be the limitations?
Okay. Allora, the limitation in the ghost spectroscopy is associated to the fact that despite we do spectroscopy on one of the photon, we still have to detect the other photon. Okay, so in the example I show you, we have a bucket detector, meaning that we collect all the photons that are transmitted by the gas chamber. And this bucket detector is used in order to trigger the other detector on the other photon. Okay, so this correlation is a correlation measurement. So this correlation should be preserved. And therefore, if we do the measurements in a liquid situation, so we still have to detect the photon that has interacted with the liquid, because otherwise we cannot trigger the detection of the other photon. And so this is the basic principle behind the ghost spectroscopy. So you have a spectrometer on one side and you have a bucket detector on the other side. So this is the limitation. However, there are, and we are also actually working on that, there is a technique that is called undetected photon spectroscopy. In this case, the difference with respect to the ghost spectroscopy application is the fact that instead of having a single source of entangled photon pairs, in this undetected photon spectroscopy method, we use two photon sources of entangled photons. And the requirement is the fact that those two photon sources need to be indistinguishable. And so if we can, so this is a technique that is well known, so it's called undetected photon spectroscopy. And in this case, so if you are able to generate two photon source of indistinguishable entangled photon pairs, so then now you can look at the interference of the idler photons while the signal photons are interacting with the object. And so in this case, you only need to have detectors that are working on those photons that have not interacted with the object. Okay, so this is on one side a big advantages with respect to the ghost spectroscopy application, because with the ghost spectroscopy you still have to detect the photon that interacts with the gas, while in the undetected photon spectroscopy you completely forget about the photons that have interacted with the gas. However, on the other side, you have the complication because you need to have two sources, two different sources of entangled photons that need to be indistinguishable. So exactly the same, equal. And this is what makes the technique difficult.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, I am Anand. I have a doubt. My doubt is future will be autonomous vehicles and advanced driver assistance systems. So how photonics will be playing role in this building these systems? And how complex is building advanced driverless assistance system and autonomous vehicle driver system?
Okay. Photonics is in the automotive industry is really pervasive. Okay, so nowadays, so there is a strong push to integrate into vehicle photonic sensor like the LiDAR sensor, so photon ranging system, which is able to detect in a very efficient way to detect obstacle or objects. And this will help a lot autonomous driving system. On the other hand, so we can use photonics also in computing in a way that we can speed up computation by using what are called photonics accelerator. So here you have the issue associated to the fact that in all these different artificial intelligence model, one mathematical operation that is really consuming a lot of power is the inference, so the multiplication between matrices. And this multiplication between matrices take a lot of time, it take a lot of energy in order to be performed in standard digital computers. Photonics, on the other side, is an extremely efficient technique in order to make multiplication between matrices. Consider, for example, what happens in a diffraction experiment. In a diffraction experiment, you have that the optical field is interacting with the diffraction object, and the result of the diffraction is nothing else than the multiplication between the input field and the form factor of the object. And therefore, so there are what are called photonic accelerator that are devices that perform simply the multiplication between two matrices. In Europe and in the US, there are companies that are selling those photonic accelerator, and they are actually used in order to improve significantly artificial intelligence model. And this is also a potential application for photonics in the autonomous driving system. So optical sensor on one side, LiDAR and so on, and on the other side, speeding up computation.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Okay, so if there are no more questions, let us give a big round of applause for Professor Pavesi. Okay, look at it. Okay, sure.
Good evening, everyone. So today we are going to have very important and exciting session, Women in Devices, Circuits and System. So as we know, in today's world, the participation of women has increased substantially in every field, whether it is technology, science, research, space, sports, it's everywhere. Women are the primary caretakers of children and elders in every country of the world. International studies demonstrate that when the economy and political organization of a society change, women take the lead in helping the family adjusting to new realities and challenges. It is also clearly mentioned in epics that yatra naryastu pujyante ramante tatra devata. It means wherever women are worshipped, there lives the gods. Even there's a very important quote by Nobel Peace Prize winner Malala Yousafzai. Every girl deserves to take part in creating the technology that will challenge the world and also change who runs it. Recalling the above quote, The EPIC organizing committee is scheduling a special technical session on women in devices, circuits, and systems. This platform highlights the research happening in circuits, systems, devices, and various domains by female researchers from both industry and academia globally. This session updates us with the technical advancement brought by the women researchers and their role. Even though the number of women entering technology sector has witnessed steady growth nationally and internationally, still there is a great need to diverse the encourage young female researchers towards technology. This technical session on women in devices and circuit system aims for the same. In this context, we invite all the female researchers from all the academic levels, including doctoral, masters, and even undergraduate students to join the session and make it a grand success. So for today's session, we have two important speakers. First speaker is Professor Shanti Bhattacharya ji. So let me introduce her. Professor Bhattacharya ji obtained her PhD in physics from the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras in 1997. She was awarded the Alexander von Humboldt Award in 1998 and worked at the Technical University of Darmstadt, Germany for several years. She subsequently joined Analog Devices, Cambridge, USA, where she worked as a design engineer. She is currently working as a professor at the Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Madras. She has served on the board of OSA, which is known as Optica, and is currently an associate editor of Optical Engineering. Her current research interests are meta and diffractive optics, optical MEMS, and studies relating to imaging techniques. While she loves her work with light, she also loves her breaks, which more often than not involve escaping the Himalayas for a while. She's an enthusiastic hiker and enjoys several outdoor activities. So with these words, I would like to invite Professor Shanti Bhattacharya to enlighten us with an important talk. So I would like to invite Dr. Pradyu Sanki to offer bouquet, Madam Professor Shanti Bhattacharya.
It's working. I just want to check, is the mic working? I think it's not working.
Yeah, ma'am.
It's off. It's off. Now am I audible?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, okay. And I need a pointer. Does it also change the slides? Needs to go to full screen.
Okay, welcome, ma'am. The floor is open to you.
Let me know when I have 5 moments. Time, tell me when I have. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming. I know it's been a long day for all of you. It's definitely been a long day for me because I woke up really early to come. So I'm, first of all, very grateful to the organizers for inviting me. And today I'd like to take you on a small journey on manipulating light with micro and nano optics. So I know that the background of many people here may not be in optics. You may have last done optics when you were in school. So I'm going to walk through a little bit like a tutorial in the beginning of why we need to use optics or shape optics. And the previous speaker already gave us some hint of why that's important, but I'll talk about that in a little more detail now. So nearly everybody will be familiar with the fact that we use lasers. And I mean, they're common nowadays. And the output of the laser has this kind of a cross section. So if you look at what is required, so it's a Gaussian beam. So if you look at the intensity distribution across it, it has a higher intensity in the center and it drops off as it goes towards the sides. But if you're using a laser for certain applications, say you want to do some kind of beam heat treatment of a surface, you don't always want to have this unequal distribution of energy. You need the energy to be distributed equally across the surface. So in order to do that with the laser, you have to convert the output that comes from the laser into a different intensity distribution. This we call a flat top. We're just making sure the energy is distributed equally across its cross section. For certain applications, say in eye surgery, you want to actually say cut out the lens. Now you don't need to provide heat to the entire surface of the eye. In fact, you don't want to provide heat to the entire surface of the eye. You need to cut out a circle. So you only need to provide energy in that region, in that circle. So why spread the light or the power all over this area? Instead, you can just convert it into a circle and have the most power or all of the power only in that perimeter. So in these two applications, you already see that getting this output is really good. It's great that we have lasers, but we don't want to use this directly. You have to somehow change this to make it more efficient and more useful for your application. So these are some of the reasons why you would do beam shaping. Today, we also talk a lot about something we call complex light. So one of the standard outputs of a laser is a Gaussian beam, but we want to use beams that are of different forms, like a Bessel beam or an Airy beam or a Laguerre Gaussian beam, because these types of beams have different properties. So I'm just mentioning one beam here, the Bessel beam. So if I look at a Gaussian beam, this is its cross section. That's how the intensity varies across the beam. But if I take a Bessel beam, you can see its cross section is very different. It has a central bright spot and it has rings of light around it. Now, the reason people are interested in the Bessel beam is if you take a Gaussian with a certain diameter and you take a Bessel beam, which has the same central core with the same diameter, as the two beams propagate in the Z direction, the central core of the Bessel retains its size for a much longer length than that of the Gaussian. The Gaussian will start diverging, but the Bessel beam, its core will stay very small for a much longer region. So in again, certain applications, you want to send light through the human body to image. With a Gaussian beam, it's already spreading out. The Bessel beam will be able to travel a longer distance without spreading. You want to send light through the atmosphere and have it reflect back and thereby collect information. You need that beam to travel further with its narrow nature, and the Bessel beam will allow that in a much better way than the Gaussian beam. So I somehow want to get the Gaussian beam out of the laser and convert it to a beam with different properties. In this case, I'm talking about the Bessel, and I'll give you some more examples of the Bessel. So you can see here, in fact, this is a cross section of both the Bessel and Gaussian. They started out with the same diameter, but as the beams are traveling, you can see that the Bessel, which is the red light, it is spreading out so much more than the central core of the Bessel. So the Gaussian is spreading out so much. Another very interesting property of the Bessel beam is if you block the beam, and I'm not sure if it's clear here. So this picture, the beam is not blocked, but over here, there's actually a block put over here. So this part of the beam is blocked, but as the beam propagates, it heals itself. That part of the beam will build up. So it was blocked here, but as the beam propagated 6 millimeters after the beam, you can see it has got back. Yes, there's a little bit of disturbance, but it has got back the energy in those rings. So again, I'm imaging through, say, tissue. I'm able to go deeper because if something blocks it, I'm still able to reach deeper regions. So with these very few examples, I hope I'm able to convince you that it's important to be able to manipulate or shape light. It's not that we just get the light out of the laser and use that directly. Okay, so yes, we want to manipulate light, but how do we manipulate light? So the idea is that we will get the light out of the laser, we will send it through some element, and that will result in the desired beam. That desired beam may be close to the element, it may be in the far field, but basically this element is going to convert the output of the laser into the desired beam that of our choice. So our research question is, how do I get this transmittance? How do I get the transmittance that will give us the desired beam with the desired intensity and desired phase? So I'm going to throw back that question. In this image, you can see there's a fire over here. So you see the region of light that's coming from where there is not close to the fire. And you see the regions of light coming above the fire. And it's really very blurred over here and not blurred over here. So why do you think there's a difference? I'm throwing a question back at you. Why is there a difference? Why is it blurred over here and not blurred here? Scattered, I'll ask for another word rather than scattered. Another word. Change in the refractive index. Now, why does that matter? Why does the change in the refractive index matter? Well, light is traveling to us from all these points, reaching our eye, and our eye is focusing and forming an image. It is in focus. It's not in focus in this region because the refractive index is continuously changing due to the heat from this fire. And what is the refractive index change causing, or how is it affecting the light? What property of the light is it affecting? It's affecting the phase of the light. So that's how we manipulate light. We use some phase variation to manipulate light. In this picture, that phase variation is uncontrolled. So we get blurred. But of course, if I took a glass slab like this, uniform thickness, uniform refractive index, and I send a plane wave through it, it will slow down in the glass, no doubt, but it will come out of the glass in the same way because it's uniform thickness, uniform refractive index. But now we all know that if we take this glass slab and change its shape, we have nothing but a lens now. Some of the light sees a longer distance in refractive index n, but these regions see a shorter distance. So now the wave front, the surface of constant phase, is going to bend based on the shape of this. This is our standard refractive optics. We are all familiar with this. Whether we know what's happening or not, I mean, many of us wear glasses, we see lenses, we see mirrors all the time. This is what refractive optics is doing. It's playing around with the phase, right? And we're still going to use that when we go to meta optics or nano optics. It's just how we change that phase is going to be different. Okay, so that's what we are all familiar with. So what are the elements that change phase? Well, as I said, the refractive, of course, diffractive, and now the last few decades, people are also looking at meta optics. The way or the basics or the fundamentals by which they change phase may be different, but the purpose of all these different types of optical elements are to change phase. And we want to change phase so that we can manipulate the light to do something for us or to give us some specific information. Okay, so this is an example of a diffractive optical element. These are fabricated in our lab. This is an example of a meta-optical element, and I'll be showing you some more or explaining these pictures in more detail. The interesting thing to note is when we start talking about diffractive optics or meta optics, we are talking now about features. The overall element may be millimeters or centimeters, but the feature sizes on those elements now are in microns or in hundreds of nanometers. So these are really, you're shrinking down those features in a way so that you can affect the phase differently from how you do in refractive optics. So let's see how we do it. In diffractive optics, refractive, you can take a lens, and maybe all of you are familiar with this. This is a Fresnel. I'm getting to a Fresnel lens. I remove all the regions of the lens which contribute a 2 pi phase change. And what I'm left with is this. So this will act like a lens, but this is really very hard to fabricate. How do I fabricate these small features with this curvature? So instead of fabricating this, we often fabricate this. It is an approximation to what is really required, but it's lucky for us, this approximation will also work, although with some downsides. It has poorer efficiency, but it will give us the required behavior. Ideally, you wished you had an element like this. This is a closer approximation to this structure, but this is much harder to fabricate. And so most of the time we are working with binary diffractive elements. You can use standard semiconductor fab tools to help you fabricate such elements. Okay. Now with diffraction, I'm doing something similar to refractive optics. In this example, I started out with a lens and I got this binary diffractive lens from that structure. So really, you can very simply think about it as a diffractive element is now creating a number of beams. And those beams are joining up, they're interacting with each other and giving us the behavior that we want. Quite different from a refractive element. So I like to think of, when I say diffraction or interference, you think of, let's do an interference experiment. You're talking about 2 beams or 3 beams or 4 beams, a small number of beams. But when we're talking about diffraction, you have the full orchestra there. You have a whole number of beams that are interacting. And that is what's giving you the wealth of functionality that you can produce with those elements. Okay. So with this part, I hope I've convinced you that diffractive optics will definitely make systems more compact. I've thrown away the bulk of the refractive. I've thrown away a lot of the glass. So it's definitely making systems more compact. Maybe I haven't yet convinced you about the next 2 points, but we also use diffractive and meta optics because we can do things with them you can't do with refractive elements. You can also create or add up functions. I want a lens, but I want a lens that will send the light that's coming through and focus it not on axis, but off axis. I want to have a beam that will create a ring, an element that will create a ring, and I want the ring to happen in a certain location or at a certain angle. So I want to combine functionality, and I can do that using diffractive and meta optics very easily compared to refractive, or maybe it's not even possible with refractive elements. And this is nice. I'm not going to talk about it today, but you can even beat the diffraction limit by using a diffractive optical element. And this won a Nobel Prize in 2014. So if you're not familiar with it, I do encourage you to read up on it because it's a fascinating piece of physics. So that was a Nobel Prize in chemistry. Okay. So I hope I've convinced you we want to engineer phase because that will give us the ability to manipulate light. How are we going to do that? Well, we already saw that the Fresnel lens has this kind of pattern. So if I can somehow structure my optical element, maybe it will have features like this, but maybe it could have triangular features. So the shape of those features is one variable I can play around with. The height, the spacing, the material, because that will change the refractive index. All of these are my design tools that allow me to play around with the phase and thereby get the desired manipulation that I require. But what is the phase? How do I calculate that phase that I want? So I can do it from a refractive profile like we did with the lens. So I could start with a known refractive phase and convert that to a diffractive or meta phase. I could start from an analytic expression. So maybe I want to create a beam. This is a Laguerre Gaussian beam. It's a beam with certain properties. I have a mathematical expression for it. So I can use this expression and say, this tells me what the phase should be. And if for that expression, I might get a distribution like this. I might use an algorithm which says, for example, I know the input beam, it's Gaussian. I know the output I want. So what is the element in between? I can use an algorithm that bounces back and forth between these two knowns. And maybe I arrive at some phase distribution like this, right? Any of these techniques can be used to get to the phase that I need to manipulate the light that I require. But how do you fabricate that? So if we're doing refractive optics, you have to actually grind in this way. So you'll take a slab of glass and you'll use grinding tools like this to get to the shape you want, convex, concave, whatever. But we're obviously not going to use such tools when you're going to be making diffractive and meta optics, because as you saw, the feature sizes are very small. We're talking about feature sizes in the microns or nanometers, hundreds of nanometers. So we can't use tools like this. So what we use are lithography tools. We have a whole basket of tools available to us. Depending on the size you need, you might choose one. Depending on the overall size of the element, you might choose one. Depending what's available to you, you might choose one. But basically, you need to use some kind of high resolution writing tool. And usually any of these lithographic techniques will have to be used, and often in conjunction with other techniques like etching or lift-off or other fabrication processes. This actually takes a lot of our time in optimizing, but I won't spend time on giving you all those details today. I'm happy to discuss that with you in person if you need any help or would like to talk about it. Instead, what I'll do is I'll show you some of the elements that we have fabricated. So this is actually polarization gratings in quartz. These are diffractive elements. They are those triangular structures that you saw a few slides earlier. But because the period is less than the wavelength of light, when polarized light falls on it, or when light falls on it, the orthogonal polarizations will see two different refractive indices. So you can actually split polarization using this grating. This is a diffractive optical element, which will generate a beam with orbital angular momentum. And this element will give you this as an output. Okay, so these are all designed and fabricated in our lab. This element actually combines an axicon and a spiral faceplate and a zone plate, which means you can generate Bessel beams and orbital angular momentum beams, but you can also focus them so they're very sharp at a particular plane. So these are the elements and these are the outputs that you get. And such elements are used especially for optical trapping experiments. So if you've heard of biologists in particular using optical traps to capture cells and study the cell behavior of the cells, especially in a particular medium, for example, they would use these kind of beams and these elements. So imagine, I don't need a whole lot of bulky optics. I don't need an expensive liquid crystal spatial light modulator, but I can have this element and have the light incident on this. And at some plane after it, I will have this desired behavior. Now, the name of the game is to make things compact. So often we will use fibers and light comes out of the fiber. So fiber is amazing. You have this really small cross section. The fiber is chemically inert. You can put it in quite corrosive places. You can put it in environments where humans can't go. It can reach somewhat inaccessible places. But you've lost the advantage. If the moment the light leaves the fiber, you have to put a lot of optics to manipulate it. So here we wrote the optics directly on the fiber tip. This is a single mode fiber. So the fiber tip is 10 micron wide. And this is an element that will generate a Bessel beam. Here we have, this is actually a refractive element. We use focused ion beam milling. So you actually mill and get this spiral variation in phase. This is again on the core of the fiber. And this will generate a beam which gives you, this will generate a beam with orbital angular momentum. So these are written directly onto the fiber tip. Now, when you're dealing with optics, and anyone who's done an optical experiment will know, often you cannot just work with one optical element. You may have a series of optical elements. So how do I, if this is fine, I can put one element on the fiber tip, but I can't put more than one element on it. But if I use a tool called direct laser writing, you can actually write elements at different layers. And that's what's done here. You can see there are two different elements here. So in this particular piece of work, we actually wanted to send light into the fiber and then take the output of that light and divide the polarization. So we wanted to be able to split the polarization. So if you remember, I said we had this grating that could split polarization. But the problem or the issue that had to be tackled was, in order for that grating to split polarization, the incident light has to hit it at an angle. It can't come normal incidence. It had to come at almost 60 degrees incident. So what we did here was we said, okay, let's take the fiber, let's put a refractive prism here and choose the angle so that there's total internal reflection happening on this surface. It'll send the beam this way and we'll keep our polarization grating over here. So this is a simulation of how this device should work. Light comes out of the fiber, the TM polarization continues straight through, and the TE polarization will reflect or be bent and separated. So that's a schematic of how the device should work. And we were able to fabricate this. So this is the prism. You can't see the core of the fiber, obviously. This structure just holds the grating. And this is the subwavelength grating. And so the light will be incident. And we were able to test and show that it worked. Okay. So I've really discussed up till now diffractive optics. So you could ask, what is there? Why meta optics? Diffractive optics is doing so much. But if you remember, I said we do a lot of binary diffractive optics because that's easy to fabricate. And it's not very efficient. It actually creates a lot of orders. And it's one order that you're using, one order that is useful for you. And we want to go to always using subwavelength for many different reasons. But you can think of why meta optics, and I could rephrase it, why meta optics today, now? What's so special? And the reason there is so much interest is because there's so many possibilities we have now that we didn't have, say, 20 years ago. So one is the computational ability. Right? You can use all kinds of advanced computational techniques for meta optics. As I'll show you, you need to have some finite element tool or a FDTD tool to simulate or to arrive at the design. And now those things are relatively accessible to most people. So maybe you're using something like Lumerical or COMSOL, but many people have access to such tools. You need to fabricate, but nanofabrication is not inaccessible anymore. Even within IIT, there are within India, there are 7 INUP centers which offer their facilities to anyone in the country. We have one at IIT Madras as well. So, you know, getting access to an e-beam lithography tool is not impossible as it would have been some decades ago. And there are many more newer applications. So somebody was asking in the previous session on self-driving cars. Well, you need a lot of sensors. And if you need a lot of sensors, you can't have optics this size. A lot of those sensors are optical. And so you need to shrink down the sizes of those sensors. And meta optics allows you to make really flat optics. So you can really shrink down the size, making it feasible to say there are 100 sensors in this car or 100 sensors in this system. So there you can, this is the layout of the number of lenses in a camera iPhone. Okay. I think this is the Apple i7 or one of those. And all of this is less than a centimeter. So it's a fantastic piece of engineering in itself, but it's still too big. If I want to put in tens or hundreds of sensors into a system, I've got to make it even smaller than this. I've got to reduce it to a single or maybe two elements at most. So when we're talking about meta optics, we are saying we need the phase just like we need it for diffractive optics, but we can arrive at the phase in exactly the same way we had done. But then you need to say these meta optical atoms, we have to have some map that tells us if the atom is this size, this is the phase that it will part. So this kind of table is what you arrive at using a finite element method or FDTD software. Okay. So you need to do that design and arrive at this table. Let me skip this. And what you'll see here is, this is some work of my student where he's made these with 2 phase levels, 4 phase levels, 8 phase levels. And you can see that this is similar to the efficiency of a diffractive element. You can hardly see the ring here, but here you can see it's so much more efficient because you have 8 different phase levels representing your desired phase. Okay, and if you zoom in, this is the meta optic atoms, which we got sizes from that lookup table we had designed. Okay, so I'm almost at the end of my talk now. So to summarize what we do at IIT Madras, we do a lot of design work, and a lot of our software is freely available on our group website. So please have a look. So we can do advanced algorithms to design the phase for your requirement. And we also have software that will convert that into the file or the format required by, say, an E-beam lithography system. We also do the fabrication. So it's really, we need people to tell us what is the kind of light they can imagine they need, and then we can do the design and fabrication. These are, oh, I'm skipping slides. These are my students over the years, some of whose work I have shown the results of here. And of course, no talk can be had without a big acknowledgement to all my students, staff, funding agencies, of course, and my collaborators. I would like to do a little bit of advertisement. So we have an INUP center at IIT Madras now. That means if you have an idea to fabricate diffractive optics, meta optics, or something else that requires those kinds of tools, please do look up our site and come to us with your ideas, and we will help you with the fabrication. And I'm also editor for this journal, and it's a new journal. So they're promoting that next year there will be no open access fees for authors. So if you are working in this area and would like to publish, this is an excellent opportunity. So with that, I thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Indeed, it was very interesting and informative talk. Hope all you have enjoyed. So now the floor is open to audience. If you have any question, you can raise your hand or you may ask question. Yeah, okay. One question.
Hi, ma'am. Thanks for the presentation. Like you mentioned, it is very difficult to, make these diffractive optical elements during using these techniques, lithography or any other techniques. Why can't we just use spatial light modulator just to realize all these diffractive optical elements?
You can use spatial light modulator, and we do that even in our lab sometimes if we want to quickly test something. But 2 things. One is, if you're thinking of putting these elements into a system, then you wouldn't want, you'd say, I want 20 sensors in a car. I don't want 20 spatial light modulators in a car. Spatial light modulators gives you the ability for what I'm talking about, it's not tunable. You have tunability, but I don't need tunability. And a spatial light modulator costs 15 lakhs, right? So if I'm making and I'm making in bulk, then I have to use some other technique,
But
right?
then how about the efficiency when we go down to the smaller level?
I was going to say the second thing is with the spatial light modulator, the resolution you get is not as fine as this because the pixels on the spatial light modulator are micron size. And here, if I'm doing subwavelength, I'm talking about for the meta atoms in particular, those meta atom sizes, if I'm working at, we work at 1550 nanometers so that the meta atoms can be in hundreds of nanometers so that they're subwavelength. So I won't even get the required resolution that I.
Thanks, ma'am.
Yeah, good evening, madam. Yeah,
Where is this question?
yeah, here.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Madam, you are writing the vertex patterns directly, okay, onto the fiber tip. But after propagating through the single mode fiber, can it support the mode?
So this is not to have it propagate through the fiber. We have Gaussian light propagate through the fiber. When it emerges, say I wanted a Bessel beam output.
Yeah, output of the fiber.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so we are running out of time now. So ma'am is here only. Today and tomorrow you can discuss anytime. So today now we have prize distribution. Before that, I would like to call convener of the event, Dr. Swagata Samanta, to hand over the memento to the speaker, Professor Shanti Bhattacharya ji. Now we have prize distribution session.
I would like to request Professor Shanti Bhattacharya to hand over the prize. Our SRM Smart Hackathon is organized by our Professor Dr. Durga Prakash M and some of the research scholar coordinator. I would request you to hand over the second runner-up from SRM University. That team is Vidyut. Please come on the stage and I would request our HOD sir to hand over the certificate to them. First runner-up, again from SRM University, that name of the team is Tension, voice control voltage device. Please come up on the stage. And the winner is Elixos from BVRIT, Hyderabad College of Engineering. Please come to the stage and get your certificate over here. At the same time, we are announcing that first prize we will be awarding with 7,000 cash prize, and the first runner-up would be 5,000, and the second runner-up would be 3,000 prize money. Thank you. First runner, winner, third runner, first, second runner, first runner. Third, second runner up, third one. I think one photo. No problem. Evening also programs are representing evening. Online. These are online links initiated on screen. No. I will say the link. Next year.
Now I would like to call upon Dice, the second speaker of this event, Dr. Sarvani Ghosh. So let me introduce second speaker. Dr. Sarvani Ghosh is an assistant professor in the Department of Chemical Engineering at Birla Institute of Technology and Sciences, popularly known as BITS Pilani. She obtained her PhD degree from IIT Kharagpur in 2017. Before joining BITS Pilani, she held research positions at Linköping University, Sweden, and also at IIT Kanpur. She has 10 years of research experience and published more than 15 research articles in highly reputed journals. Her current research activity mainly focused on electronic, optical, and morphological properties of the doped polymers for organic electronic devices using ground state and excited state DFT calculations and molecular dynamics simulation in tight collaboration with various experimental groups. So, welcome you, ma'am. So I would like to call Dr. Swagata Samanta, again, convener of the event, to offer the bouquet to the speaker, Dr. Shravani Ghosh. Hello. Can I connect to the charger also? Acha, acha. So I would like to call convener of the event, Dr. Swagata Samanta, to hand over the bouquet to the speaker, Dr. Sarvani Ghosh. Thank you. What is this? Oh. I can put on. This something. Very good afternoon, everyone. So I am Sharbani Ghosh. Thank you for the warm welcome. And yeah, so my talk, today's talk is microscopic insight of electronic structure and morphology of conducting polymers for several organic electronic devices. So yeah, I came from BITS Pilari, and I work as assistant professor in the Department of Chemical Engineering. So you all know about polymers because polymers are everywhere. So I think we are staying in the era of polymers. So you can see there are like several things that you are using right now is of polymers. Like you are sitting in a plastic chairs, their packaging materials, household products, all are based on several polymers. But mostly polymers were used as insulator. And since the discovery that polymer can be useful in the electronic devices because of its electronic conductivity, so there are several applications where the polymers is being exploring. So here you can see conducting polymers are in organic light emitting diode, photovoltaic cells. So in several electronic devices, in the polymers is being used. So why it is conducting? I think you all know because there is a pi conjugation in the backbones of conducting polymers. And because of this pi conjugations, we can change their electronic behavior, and we can also use in the electronic devices. So when you see this pi conjugation, and because of the pi conjugation, they are applicable in several electronic devices. And why they are advantageous, so they can possess low cost. Of course, it is lightweight. If we prepare any devices made of conducting polymers, we can also print them in several printing protocols. It is very easy of processing their solution process. We can simply make the polymer inks, and then we can print in several printing protocols. And based on the doping, like doping means when we prepare this material for to explore its conducting behavior. So we can make it as a whole transporting material or as an electron transporting material. And based on that, we can divide the conducting polymers in P-type and N-type. And here you can see those are P-type polymers that are widely used. And there are several N-type polymers also being used. And because of this conductivity thing, so we can use, as I already said, in the electronic devices. And the devices, like I'm just giving you one example. So we can explore these materials in gas sensors. So we can prepare the active layer made of these conducting polymers. And then we can utilize, it's not working. This pointer. Yeah, now it's working. Okay, so we can utilize this conducting polymer as an active layer or gas sensor. So we can detect the several toxic gas molecules when it comes contact in the device, or you can say the active layer made of conducting polymer. This redox reaction happen, and because of that, several charge carriers are formed, and those charge carriers can be transported through the active layer. And based on that, we can produce some electrical signals, or the signals can be optical signals as well.
And then we can detect the presence of those toxic gas molecules in our environment. So that is useful for our environment safety. And also we can use the conducting materials or conducting polymers specifically for organic solar cell. So here, when there is a light incident here and the exciton will generate it, and the excitons are like they have the positive and negative charge carriers combined together. And when they come in contact with the junction of the p-type and n-type material, so the free charge carrier will be transported through their respective p-type and n-type polymer zone through the respective electrodes. So in this way, you can understand that both the p-type and n-type polymers are very important in several devices like gas sensor, like solar cells, and also in several organic electrochemical transistors, where it can be unipolar transistor or bipolar, or we have the complementary devices where we both have p-type and n-type material, and we can utilize those in all polymer electronic devices. So that's why it is very, I'm emphasizing here the device performance depends on both the p-type and n-type materials. And how these materials is active in this in transporting the electronic signals. So that mechanism we can understand from these two things. One is the intrachain transport and another is the interchain transport. So when we talk about interchain transport, that is along the chain. So if we have one polymers, and in one polymers there is a pi conjugation, and those excess charge carriers that are generated, so that will be transported from within that chain, and there will be the interchain transport, where there will be hopping of those charge carriers from one chain to another chain. And to understand this intrachain transport, the electronic structure of that material is very important. So how it is going from this valence band to conduction band. So all these things you can understand from the electronic structure. How these electrons, or how the charge carriers, it can be electrons or hole, is transported within the chain. And also we need to understand how this charge carriers is transporting, because when we have the device, we have the two electrodes, and we have the active layer in the sandwich between these electrodes, and those charge carriers should be transported from one electrode to another electrode in order to have some signal. So there should be this interchain transport, and that actually depends on the morphology of that active layer, how those chains are distributed. So how is there a percolation network so that charge carrier can transport from one chain to another chain. So it's a hopping mechanism. So there the morphology plays an important role, and also the degree of crystallinity. So our structure should be crystalline. If there is an amorphous zone, so that's mean there will be discontinuity in that structure, and then the interchain transport will be hampered. So to understand the device performance, we need to understand the electronic structure of the material, to understand the intrachain transport and the morphology, like to understand what can be the degree of crystallinity, how the hopping mechanism is happening there, and that we can relate with the morphology of crystallinity or ordering of that film, so that we can understand from the interchain transport. So these two things plays an important role in the device performance, and that things we can actually understand from the theoretical perspective. So that is my talk is based on. So here you can see we know that conducting polymers, although it's known as a conducting, but the conductivity, the intrinsic conductivity is very low. That's mean when we synthesize the polymer, as synthesized polymers, conductivity very low. But we can actually increase that conductivity by means of doping. So we can dope those material in two ways. One is the reduction, another is the oxidation. So it combined is known as a redox reaction. So we can do the reduction reaction, or we can also apply some voltage. We can do electrochemical switching, and there we can make the one polymer as p-type or n-type. So in this way, we can increase the conductivity. So you can see, although the intrinsic conductivity is very low, but we can increase the conductivity so that it will go to the semiconductor range or somewhere in the metallic range. And that's why it will be used in electronic devices. So when these charge carriers are formed, here you can see there is a change in the ring structure. So this is the aromatic rings in the right side, and here you can see the Cunard structure. So there is a very small difference that of course you cannot see from your eyes, but if you see the electronic structure or the bond distance between on those rings, so you can see there is a change because of this excess charge carriers that are generated, and the chains are transforming from the aromatic to the canoid structure. And that actually allows the intra-chain transport within the chains. So that is the formation of the pi conjugation delocalized of the electrons, and so that it will give a pathway so the electron can move within the chain. So yeah, so then you can prepare those conducting polymers that can be can be electron transporting in nature, or it can be hole transporting in nature. So of course we require both kind of polymers to prepare one all polymer electronic devices, so that we can have these both kind of charge carriers can be transported in that devices. And there are of course lot of application of those devices. So here in this picture, you can see like how this N-type or P-type conducting polymers are forming. So when we want to prepare one N-type polymer, we are adding one electron in the conduction band. And when we want to prepare P-type material, actually we are taking electron from the conduction band. So you can see there is a acceptor level, that is newly generated electronic states. So yeah, so I generally study those electronic strings using density functional theory, and we do a ground state and excited state electronic structure calculation and optical absorption calculation. So P-type polymers here, most widely used P-type polymers are thiophenes-based polymers, and P-dot and also several derivatives are widely used as P-type polymers, but there's very less study in N-type polymer. So in my study here, you can see I have used mainly thiophenes-based polymer as P-type polymers, and N-type polymers I have used BBL. So why BBL is less study? Why the N-type polymers are less study? Because of their stability issue. And so the N-type materials are mainly fullerene and their derivative. And when we use those small molecules in our device and we want to prepare our complementary type of device where we have both kind of like bipolar or ambipolar electronic devices, there if we prepare with the small molecules, there is an issue in the crystallinity. And also in that optical absorption, the polymer is mainly taking part, and they have tunable electronic properties or optical properties. So if we can prepare one device where we have both the P-type and N-type polymers, then we can get rid of those problems. So here we have explored the properties of one N-type polymer BBL, and that is very stable up to, you can see, 600 degrees centigrade, both the thermally as well as mechanically. And it has several, you can see the crystalline structure, they possess pipette stackings between the chains. So these polymers were discovered in 1966, but after that, it was not used as an electronic material. But in 2002, the first BBL was protonated, so it has been used as P-type polymer. Although BBL is not known as a P-type material, so it is known as an N-type material, but its electron accepting property was studied first in 2012. And after that, there is a great interest in this polymer to be used as an N-type material. So I have studied using, as I already said, the density functional theory, and I've studied the ground state and excited state TFT to study the electron structure and optical absorption. So you all know this in very basic physics, that the electron can be like this, but the electron of the same spin cannot occupy the same energy level because of the repulsion between this electronic state. But this is allowed when we have opposite spin. And then they can occupy the same energy level. So in this way, we can define the spin state of those electrons. And in the experiment also, we can measure the electronic spin. And then we understand what is the nature of the charge carriers that have been formed. So if we provide charge voltage in our system so that the charge carriers are generated, then there will be the charge carrier that will be taking several energy levels. And based on that, there may be formation of the polarons or bipolarons, which are the quasi states with having some distinct, or you can say different spins. So if we have polarons, then the polarons will occupy we will have electronic spin of half, and they will occupy individual electronic energy level. But if we are talking about bipolaron, then the two quasi particle will be stated in the same energy level, and in this way they will have the total spin is equal to 0, because you can see from this picture, if the two charge carriers are having the same energy level, they cannot have the same type of spin. So of course the spin will be 0. Now, if you see the electronic spin experimentally measured of the BBL polymer, they observed that this V kind of shape, V shape. And it was well known previously, when we have one electron in our system, of course, it will be in this state. So it is, the spin will be half. And if you have two electrons in our system, so it will be mainly occupied like this. So where one electron will be spin up, another will be spin down, and in this way total spin will be 0. So, and if we have two electrons, the theory said that that will be bipolaron. So we will forming the bipolaron in that system. So in this way, the spin should be 0. But if you see here, when they are increasing the when they are increasing that charge per monomer, that is the voltage, so the formation, it was not going to the bipolar. And this way spin should be 0, but you can see the spin is continuously increasing. And then after this 100% doping level, then it started to 0. And that was not known why this is happening. So we have answered that questions by starting from the DFT perspective. So that the reason is what is the optimized configuration of the BBL when we add electronic charges in the system. So it preferred to be triplet state, not the singlet state. And that's why it go up to this 100% doping level, and one electron is staying on each monomer. And that you can better understand from this picture. So suppose this is one our BBL polymer, and it has only 3 monomer unit I'm showing here. And because we are doing the quantum simulation here, and of course this is a very costly simulation, we cannot take a real polymer system. So here we can see this is the pristine polymer, where this is the huge gap. And that's why, of course, we know this cannot be used as a conducting material. But when we add one electron, this is the state where this electron is staying here. And when we add 2 electrons, these 2 electrons are occupying different energy levels. And that's why they are not forming the bipolaric state, but they are forming different 2 polaronic pair. So they are different energy levels. And it is going up to this level, that is the 100% reduction level, when we have each monomer is having each charge. And that's why you can see all the electronic states are forming polar. So there is no bipolar states. And that also you can visualize from the DFT calculation. So that is a good point of doing computational work. So we can actually visualize where the electron is going. So here you can see this is the first monomer unit. So it can be any monomer unit, but it's going on only one monomer unit, this first electron here. And when we have 2 electron in your system, so you can see they are occupying different monomer units. So they are not at the same level. Of course, if you have lots of space, you will not be ready to share your chair with someone else. Will try to be occupied the different chair. So here also the electrons are not liking to be sitting together at one place, but they are sitting in different places. And it is up to the 100% doping level, because here three monomer units are there, and all the 3 monomer units are occupied by the electron. Then what is happening? There is no way. So there they have to start sharing. So when we just increase the reduction level above 100%, so here you can see they are starting sharing. So in the first monomer unit here, now 2 charge carriers are there, and one will spin up, another spin down. So in this way, the spin has to be decreased, the total spin, because here in the first monomer unit, total spin is becoming 0. Still the other 2 monomer unit having the spins. So that's why up to 100% doping level, this spin is continuously increasing, and then it started to decreasing as the bipolar state started to form. And what is happening when we reach 200% doping level, that is 200% reduction level? So there all the charge carriers are shared by you can see like all the charge carriers are at the same energy level. 2 charge carriers are at the same energy level, and in this way all these 3 energy levels has 0 spin. So that's why the spin is again becoming 0. So that's the reason of the V-shaped formation in the electron spin. So this kind of information we can understand from the electron structure calculation or density functional theory. Now, what happens if we take one p-type and n-type polymer? Because if we are talking about electronic material or electronic devices that are made of all polymers, so then we must have one p-type and another n-type polymers. So here you can see I have chosen p-dot and BBL, and sorry. Yeah. And if you have this kind of blend in your system, then you can utilize the system where you can utilize both kind of range of voltage. So you can switch between the p-type material and n-type material. And the interesting thing here, when you are providing your system, or you are transferring your system to the positive voltage side, so you can see only the p-type material p dot is taking all the positive charge, and n-type material is almost taking any positive charge. And here, when you are switching to the negative voltage side, so where you can see all the negative charges are taken by the n-type material, that is the BBL, and almost zero negative charge is taken by the P dot. So that's mean the intrinsic or the, you can say, intrinsic property of that material, that a P dot and a BBL, that is the P-type and N-type, they are almost intact. So it's not changing. But there is a change in the optical absorption, because optical absorption is because of the there are different states. So electrons are jumping from one state to another state, and because of those jump, we can get those spectra. And as we have different kind of polymers, so of course the occupied state and unoccupied state will be in different polymers, and the jump from the occupied state to unoccupied state means jumping from one polymer to another polymer. So that's why the optical absorption must be changed. And why I'm saying that BBL or P dot is taking all the charges, and why the BBL is taking all the negative charges, that is can be understood from the calculation of the ionization energy or electron affinity. So what is the electron affinity of BBL? So as it is higher than the P dots, that means it will easy to dope in a n-type material. So of course it will take all the electrons. It will act as an acceptor in your system. If you are using a solar cell, so BBL will act as an acceptor, and the P dot will act as an donor, because it is easier to take the electrons. So ionization energy of the P dot is higher. So as I said, so this negative doping and positive doping will change the nature of the optical absorption if we compare with the optical absorption of only P dot or only BBL. So now what is happening when we have lots of polymer in our system, as we have the thin film? So we have polymers lots of polymer in our system, and they are forming semicrystalline structures, and there's a hopping from the charge carriers from one chain to another chain. So here you can see this is the thin film that we have prepared from the BBL, and this thin film preparation is mimicking the experimental procedure. So whatever we are doing is in computer, but this computational experiment, so we are not doing in hand, but whatever process we are doing, we are following the all the experimental work. So this is the thin film, and we perform the computational cyclic voltammetry. So cyclic voltammetry, you all know, like we have the material, and we can change, we can switch from some voltage to say some minus voltage to plus voltage, or from 0 to some plus voltage. Then we can see what is the change in the morphology, or what is the change in the conductivity. So that is very useful in the organic electrochemical transistor, where we perform several cycle of charging and discharging. Then while we perform this, several charge and discharge in our system, what is the change in the morphology, still the material will be conductive or not, that we need to understand, and that we can have those microscopic insight from molecular dynamics simulation. So here we have studied molecular dynamics simulation to understand the morphology changes morphology due to the cyclic voltammetry. So here you can see we have the thin film. So we have electrolyte, like we have solvents and ions in the outside of the film, and then we are just changing the voltage in our system so that our material will be positively or negatively charged based on the type of the polymer. So here the BBL is the n-type polymer, so we are going to the we are going to negatively charge the material, and then we are seeing how the morphology is affecting. So here this mixed electron ion conductors is one example or one application of this cyclic voltammetry. So we can explore both the electronic conductivity and ionic conductivity. So here you can see when we change this charging cycle, so we have counter ion in the system. So counter ion will come like inside the film to compensate the excess charges present in the system, and how the morphology is changing with the change in the cyclic water that you can see from here. So here those chains, those are different BBL chains, and there you can see those are pi stacks. So they are closely stacked. So pi stack means they will provide you that percolative network so that charge carriers can hop from one chain to another chain. But if there's a discontinuity of that, that's mean the charge carrier will not be able to move. So that's mean the conductivity will decrease. So here you can see for the neutral frame or in the intermediate charging level, the pi stacking is still there. But as we were increasing that, those counter ion is going in between those pi stack chains. That's mean the electron conductivity, of course, will decrease. So we can also analyze those things from the XRD. That is also simulated XRD, not the experimentally measured XRD. But here you can see we have this pi stacking chain. This crystallinity in our system is maintained up to certain level, and as we are increasing those reduction level, so this strength of this pi stacking is decreasing. So that's mean the counter is going in between those pi stacking, and that's why this new peak is generating here in this XRD. So that can be one reason of the conductivity decreasing. So that was the N-type polymer. So here we have studied one P-type polymer, and that material you can see here they possess some reversible electronic sol-gel switching. So it can be converted from solid to gel phase, and then it can be reversibly go back. And this polymer swell a lot. So in the first cycle, it's 10,000% volume expansion we have observed, and reversible swelling up to 300%. And that was experimentally by our experimental collaboration, they found that this polymer is swelling a lot, but they don't know what is the reason. And they also observe the conductivity is still there. So it's like a electronic solid gel, or you can say E-gel. So that reason, to investigate those reasons, we perform the MD simulation. And here you can see we just mimicking the exactly experimental procedure. We first prepare the dry film, and then we just dip our film in the electrolytes, and we have the negative or positively charged ion outside the film where we have the water. And then we are just changing the charges of the system. And we also observe the similar swelling in the simulation that you can observe from this film. And you can see from this picture, as we're increasing the oxidation level of the film, so there is a change in the conformation of the polymer chains. So at the neutral, you can see the polymers are more like coil. And as we are increasing the charges in the system, so they are, because of the repulsion between the same charges in the polymer chains, they are becoming more rigid, and they are becoming very straight at the high oxidation level. And that straight chains are also like, as it is like just it's just recoil, like decoiling from these coil states. So it is also enabling us to form a big pores in the system. And in that polymer, this polymer specialty is it contains a hydrophobic backbone and hydrophilic side chains. So side chains are liking water, so they are inviting water molecules, and of course, as they are positively charged, they will attract the negatively charged polymers to compensate that, and then it will bring the water molecule along with those counter ion. So that is the reason of this swelling. Now, that was not so clear why this polymer swell. So to know that, we performed one numerical experiment. So we just put the counter ion in between the polymers, and we put in the water, and we also change the oxidation level, but the polymer doesn't swell. You can see it from here. So it is the phenomena is electrostatic driven. So as the polymer chain is positively doped, and to compensate the excess charges, the counter ion is coming from the outside of that film to compensate those excess charges. And when it is coming, it's bringing the it is solvated ion, so it is bringing the water molecule along with those counter ion. And also there is a conformation change that you have seen from the previous slide. And because of the conformation change, there's a big pores are forming, and the hydrophilic side chains are attracting the water, but still the hydrophobic chains are not allowing themselves to dissolve in the water. So that's why they are still connected by their backbones. So that is the reason of still showing that electronic conductivity still it is in gel state and also in the swell state. And also we have studied the reversibility. We try to reduce back to the initial state, but it's not reduced. Like we are not able to contract it in the initial state. There are some deformity you can see here, and that is also seen in the experiment. But still, from 400% swelling to we go back to the 80% swelling. Of course, this is the cycling voltammetry that we can understand from the AMD simulation, molecular dynamics simulation. And there is another thing here I would like to say here. So here you can see there is a substrate. And substrate plays very important in fabrication of designing of those electronic devices. So in the previous system, if you see, there was no substrate. So whatever we're studying in the bulk. And if you have the substrate, and if you don't have the substrate, you will not observe the same thing. So here you can see when we are studying in the bulk phase without the substrate of the same polymer, if you see the XRD, it's almost remaining same. Although there is a very minute change in the peak strength, but there is no huge change in different phases in the polymer morphology. But when we have the surface, there is a huge change. So here you can see there is a structural phase transition in the polymer change when we perform the cyclic voltammetry, computational cyclic voltammetry in this system. And here you can see these are the XRD, and that is also compared with the experimental XRD and simulated XRD. And this above picture is of experiment and the below picture is of simulation. So you can see this comparison will say not only it's a qualitative agreement, but we also in very quantitative agreement with the experimental XRD. So here you can see we observe a phase transition. So here for the neutral, we have only one kind of phase, that is a lamellar stacking, lamella forming in the presence of the substrate. And there is a mixture of two kind of phases, and then it's again going to only one type of phases. So there is a phase transition as we are going, as we are changing the voltage, as we are oxidizing the polymers. So that is because when we have the neutral state, we have this kind of lamellar structure, but when we have oxidized state, so the counterions are also going with the solvent, and it is going in between these lamellar stackings, as the side chains are hydrophilic, so they are attracting water, and also they are they have the counterions, and that's why there is a ion intercalation or unzipping of the polymer chains. And also we have observed one important thing here. If you see the pipette stacking peak, it is absent in the neutral state, but when we are oxidizing the polymer, we can observe this formation of the pipette stack. So that is the that also answers one question. So in experimental guide, they observed that there's conductivity is very less, or there is no conductivity when they measure the conductivity of neutral or very low oxidation state. And when they increase the oxidation state, the conductivity increases. So the reason is, as I already discussed in the earlier slide, the mechanism is the interchain hopping. So the charge carrier should hop from one chain to another chain, and that requires the pipette stacking. So if there is a pipette stacking, that only it will enable to hop those charge carrier from one chain to another chain. So if there is a pipette stack is missing, then of course there will be no pathway to transport those charge carriers. So that is the reason why we observe this pipette stacking in the higher oxidation level, and that is the reason of the also increase in the conductivity. So we now I think you are convinced that using the DFT calculation we can understand several electronic we can understand the electronic structure, and we can answer what is happening in our system when we have the single molecule or single polymer, how the electronic structure is changing, and what is responsible the formation of the polarons and bipolarons. And from that we can also enhance the electronic properties of the material, and we can also understand the optical transitions, and which is the reason of the optical absorption peaks, and that is also coming from the transporting of the electrons, transferring of the electron from conduction band to valence band to conduction band. And we can also do the MD simulation, and we can understand the morphology of the conducting polymers. And that is very useful if you want to if you want to fabricate any organic electronic devices. And if we understand those electronic structure, we can improve the electronic properties of the material. And if you understand the morphology, what is happening there, then we can design those material wisely, so that this morphology will not be hampered, and there should be the percolating network, so that the charge carrier can hop from one electrode to another electrode in order to complete the cycle, so that we have the at the end we have the electricity. So I would like to acknowledge my group, my PhD student, my undergrad and master student who are doing the research and contributing. And of course, I would like to acknowledge the funding agency. And if you're interested to do PhD, you're welcome to go through the website, and you can apply in the, of course, in the chemical engineering department, because I am in the chemical engineering department. You can also go through our website and my group, and then you can understand more about it. So thank you for listening me. Thank you for your patience. So if you have any questions, you can ask. Oh.
Thank you, Dr. Sarvani Ghosh, for an insightful and very interesting talk. Now I would like to give the mic to audience. If you have any question, the floor is open to you. Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, what are the conducting polymers?
Conducting polymers solutions you have used it for gas sensing.
So I have used BBL, that is one N-type polymer, to use as an active layer in the gas sensor.
So is there any other conducting polymers for biosensing applications? No? Like
Yeah,
to whatever you have synthesized and many other methods. So what are the special materials for biosensing, for conducting polymers?
Yeah, so if we are interested to understand the biosensing in terms of conducting polymers, so all these conducting polymers can be used in the biosensing application. But if you want to understand the biomolecules, to study the biosensing, then of course this is not biomolecules. But what we can do, like we can sense several biological application where we want to do the biosensor, like we want to do that change in the what is called the blood sugar. So that there we can use the conducting polymers, of course.
Last question, like how you are functionalizing for gas sensing on the conducting polymer solution? What is the protocol?
So we are not functionalizing. So idea is we have the conducting polymers. So if the gas molecule that will come in contact with the polymers, conducting polymers, because the conducting polymers has the tendency to be like reduced or oxidized based on the nature of the gas molecule. It can be oxidized gas molecule, or it can be act as a reducing agent. So in this way, it will give the conducting polymer will take electron from that gas molecule, or it will give electrons. Then there will be extra charge carriers, and then the charge carriers again will move through the active layer. Then we'll have some electronic signals, or it can be optical signals. By that, we'll detect those gas molecules.
It's not like the specific gas, like suppose I want to detect only hydrogen gas. So on the sensor platform, like by whatever the conducting polymer solution you have used, so specifically how you are sensing that hydrogen gas. So is there any protocol for sensing that particular for hydrogen?
Yeah, suppose we want to detect hydrogen, or we want to detect H2S. So those gas has the nature of giving electrons. So the polymers, if we are using BBL, which is an N-type polymer, so it will take electrons from that. Now, if you want to specifically detect that molecules, so that you can check the property of like what is the we have to optimum those conditions, like the signals, we have to check the optical signals, or we can check what is the formation of based on the transitions from the one state to another, we can just optimize those conditions, and based on that, we can say this is that gas molecules.
Thank you, ma'am.
And another thing also we can do, because we have those, suppose there will be also another output. based on what kind of gas molecule we're detecting. So that from that output also we can.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Now I would like to call on the dais Dr. Syed Ahmed to present memento to today's speaker, Dr. Sarvani Ghosh. Thank you. Now we have break for 20 minutes. And the next talk will start from 6:30 p.m. It's a plenary talk by Professor Junjun Ho. It's Massachusetts Institute of Technology, USA. It will be in Hall 8 auditorium. Same. Okay, so we'll meet at 6:30 then.
Which lakh, sir?
Yes, there will be one session in the background, so we have shifted to here. Yes, sir, that's link. We have the link, this is the left, 8 by 7. Okay, this is the left. So you need to log in here from there. Yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. Just before that, 5 minutes. Yeah, sure. Yeah, thanks. यहाँ ही आना पड़ेगा ना. Could you share the image? Ryan, but yes, accept no. Refresh ಮಾಡು ಫಿಸಿಕಲ್ ಮಾಡು you want to remove yes you want to remove artist there is a artist like all physical in your WhatsApp ఏమన్నా మరి కావాలి 3 days ఈవెంట్ ఇది మరి ఎలా తీసుకుంటారు చెప్తాను టీమ్ అన్నారు అప్పుడు వచ్చారు జాయిన్ బట్ ఇది ట్రాన్సాక్షన్ you have to accept that it's the same only we can తెలుగులేనా బయట ఉంది తెలుగు ఒకసారి రండి What is this? Already there in and it becomes I don't write something for short. Okay, from the starting you just tell. Yeah, listen, why sending me you can you can it's not there. No, I don't write only for short. If you didn't pass, accept the report. Okay. After that, looks like you accept the like while speaking. Other mail you may not look on that.
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Am I audible? Hello.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Accepted, right? Okay, okay. Okay. Good evening, everybody. In this plenary session, we have Professor Juejun Hu with us. Juejun Hu is currently the John F. Elliott Professor of Material Science and Engineering at MIT, USA. He holds a PhD degree in 2009 from MIT and a BS degree from Tsinghua University, China, both in Material Science and Engineering. Prior to joining MIT, Hu was an assistant professor at the University of Delaware from 2010 to 2014, who has authored and co-authored over 150 journal publications and has been granted 17 patents, who has been recognized with the SPI Early Career Achievement Award, the Vittorio Gottardi Prize from the International Commission on Glass, the Robert L. Coble Award from the American Ceramic Society, the DARPA Young Faculty Award, and the NSF Career Award, among others. His primary research interest covers new optical materials, exemplified by chalcogenide compounds, as well as enhanced photon-matter interactions in nanophotonic structures. He is a fellow of Optica and American Ceramic Society. It is a pleasure to have Professor Juejun Hu as a plenary speaker. The title of his talk is Reconfigurable Optics, a phase change for the better. Professor Juejun, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the introduction. So can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I think I will start here. All right, again, I want to first thank the organizer for their very kind invitation and give me this opportunity here to address this audience. It is truly my honor to share our work in the field of phase change photonics. So this is a little outline of my talk here today. So I'll start with an introduction about reconfigurable photonics and the role that phase change material will play in constructing such photonic systems. Then I'll spend some time talking about how we electrically switch these phase change materials and how to improve their switching cyclability. Then I'll talk about the applications of these materials in two different kinds of photonic systems, in a programmable integrated photonic circuit, as well as in a phase change-based metal surface optics. So to start with, let's think a little bit about conventional optical elements. I'm giving you here one example as a diffraction grating. So as we all know, once the diffraction grating is fabricated, the diffraction orders and the corresponding intensity are essentially fixed by the period and refracting the contrast of the grating itself. The same situation applies to pretty much all of kinds of traditional optical elements. Once they are fabricated, the function and properties are essentially fixed. Now, it would be great if we can actually find out some ways to actually reconfigure these conventional optical systems so that we can have just one single optical device but it can be adapted to different functionalities on the fly. And indeed, there has been many methods people have actually explored trying to realize such optical reprogramming or optical reconfiguration. So what I'm listing here, there are actually some techniques people have explored, such as using liquid crystals to change the refractive index. You can also use other mechanisms such as thermo-optic modulation or electro-optical switching to actually realize such a reconfiguration. However, the limitation of these methods is that they typically requires a large device footprint because the optical property contrast that's induced by these mechanisms is typically minuscule, of the order of 0.01 or even smaller. So as a result, you need a large device footprint to accumulate enough phase shift to create optical reconfiguration effect. The second downside is actually power consumption. Most of these effects are volatile. So what that means is that you need to keep a continuous power supply to maintain the optical state. And this leads to a large power consumption. What I will be discussing today is optical phase changing materials. And I believe that this is a promising technology to realize low power consumption, ultra-compact photonic systems that can be reconfigured. And this benefits from two of its unique properties here. One is that as you change the structure of these materials, there's also a huge optical property modulation here that enables ultra-compact devices. At the same time, they're also known to be non-volatile, means that when you actually switch optical state, you no longer need to continually supply optical power to sustain these optical structures here. So this leads to a significant power savings in applications where you do not need frequent switching. Now, a bit more details about these materials. So these phase changing materials are typically compounds of the chalcogen elements, contain sulfur, selenium, or tellurium, and they can be switched between two different structure states: a disordered amorphous state and the periodic crystalline state. What's truly unique about this compound is that when you actually switch structure, you not only change atomic position, but you also change the bonding configuration between atoms. In the amorphous state, you have the conventional covalent bonding, where the electrons are tightly localized between the two atoms that actually form the chemical bond. But as you go to the crystalline state, you then go to the so-called metavalent bonding state, where the electrons becomes more dislocalized, and as a result, the polarizability of the electrons significantly increases. Therefore, the refractive index as well as electrical conductivity of the crystalline state will become much larger compared to its amorphous counterpart. Now, this huge contrast in terms of electrical optical properties has already been utilized in the field of data storage. If you look at rewritable CDs and DVDs or the latest memories coming from Intel, people are already using this two structure state to encode digital ones and zeros as a way to store information. The same property has also been applied in photonics. And as I mentioned, in the cases where you do not need frequent optical switching, then these non-volatile characteristics lead to considerable energy savings. One question we need to ask, however, is when we are actually using these materials for optical applications, rather than the well-established electronic memory applications, what are some of the key performance metrics we have to be looking for here? Okay, specifically for optical applications, which is what I'm referring to here as OPCMs. So if we look at our wish list here, the first thing we need is that we need a large refractive contrast upon the change of the structure. Okay, so this is a desirable effect of optical reconfiguration. At the same time, equally important is that we need to minimize any material absorption. In fact, these two vectors are usually combined together in the so-called material figure of merit, where we have an index change in the numerator and the absorption in the denominator. It can be proven quantitatively that many of the important device performance metrics, such as switching contrast as well as insertion loss, they are all correlated directly with this figure of merit. Okay? In addition to that, we also want to make sure that this material has a sufficient amorphous state stability. And this is actually unique to optical applications because for optical devices, we typically need to switch material with relatively large volume, comparable to a light wavelength. And this is in stark contrast to today's deeply scaled phase change memories, where the memory elements have a very small size of the size of a few tens nanometers. So when it comes to optical applications, having this large volume means that when you're trying to switch this material reversibly, especially when you try to re-amorphize it, what you will need to do is you need to bring up the material, heat it up to above the melting point, and you quickly cool it down to bypass crystallization and maintain this liquid-like amorphous state. Now you can imagine if they have a large thickness or large volume of this material, it takes time for the heat to escape from the interior of the material to the surface. And therefore, it means that the cooling rate essentially is limited. And you may risk having crystallization in the interior of this material here. So it is important to ensure that this material has sufficient amorphous phase stability to prevent such crystallization and therefore enabling complete reversible switching. So this amorphous state stability or glass forming ability is usually characterized by this parameter of critical cooling rate here. The faster the critical cooling rate, the poorer the stability, and that means that the volume you can reversibly switch will also get reduced. Okay. Finally, we also need to consider the switching speed. And this really depends on the specific application we are looking for here. Different applications have different switching speed requirements. And I should also highlight here that the switching speed, of course, poses a trade-off with the glass forming ability. Because if you have a competition that's faster to crystallize, it also means that it will tend to have poorer amorphous phase stability. So this is an important trade-off that one has to consider when it comes to selecting the competition of these phase-changing materials for optical applications. Okay, now with that in mind, we can now take a look at the specific material people that have been using for electronic memory applications and see if they are actually the good candidate for optical devices. So the typical classical phase-changing material people often use is called germanium antimony tellurium, or GST225. What I'm plotting here is the absorption spectra of the GST in the infrared wavelength range. Now, what you can clearly see is that at the short wavelength range, you have strong absorption because this is actually a narrow bandgap semiconductor. And this comes from essentially band-to-band transition here. If you go to a long wavelength range, in the crystalline state of GST, you also get strong free carrier absorption because it turns out crystalline GST is a degenerate semiconductor with a lot of p-type carriers. So if you want to suppress optical absorption loss, we need to decrease both the band-to-band transition as well as the free carrier absorption loss. Next, let's take a look at the amorphous phase stability of GST. So one advantage of GST is that it has a very fast crystallization kinetics. Okay, so it can crystallize within a very short period of time, tens of nanoseconds. But what it also dictates is that it also has a small switch, reversible switchable thickness. So to characterize the switching kinetics, people typically use this kind of so-called TTT diagram. Okay, so remember that name because we're going to see it a little bit later. So this TTT diagram is known as time temperature transformation diagram. And what it characterizes is under each specific temperature, how long does it take for the material to crystallize? Okay. So for GST composition, like I said, the crystallization takes a very short period of time of the order of tens of nanoseconds, but this corresponds to a small thickness of about 90 nanometers that we can reversibly switch. And we can see that this thickness is actually much smaller than the light wavelength. So this actually limits the strength of light-matter interactions here. Okay, so if we want to have materials that can switch at much larger volume to enhance the reconfiguration effect, we also have to look into alternative competitions with enhanced glass phase stability. So then this motivates us to actually look into a new competition here. And the idea was really fairly simple. We want to perform this isoelectronic substitution going from the tellurium to selenium, which is in the same column, group 6, but with a lighter element. So when we perform this kind of lighter element substitution here, the rule of thumb is that the band gap would actually increase. With the increased band gap, we would then expect the band-to-band transition at the shorter wavelength regime will be suppressed. In addition, as I'll show you later, the substitution also leads to strong electron localization that lowers the free carrier absorption. Moreover, selenium is also known as a good glass former here. So replacement of tellurium with selenium also enhance the glass phase stability and therefore increase the reversible switching volume. So guided by this intuition here, we then actually collaborated with my colleague Huashan Li also from MIT to actually perform this first principle computations to predict the structure of this selenium substituted GST alloy, which we call the germanium antimony selenium tellurium or GSST. So long story short, if you look at this schematic here, it shows what the theoretical predicted structure of a classical GST alloy or with progressive selenium substitution all the way to this fully selenium substituted composition here. So without going into too much details, I just want to summarize the key findings from this first principle theoretical simulations. What we found is that as we increase the selenium concentration, initially the structure really doesn't really change that much. Until you go to the fully selenium substituted composition, then the structure is transitioned from a cubic structure to this orthorhombic phase structure. And this orthorhombic phase structure we predict is a lot more difficult to switch because it's actually stabilized by the elimination of germanium tellurium bonds. In addition, when we go into this kind of orthorhombic phase, this structure transition also increases the misalignment of the p orbitals, and therefore it diminishes the contribution coming from metavalent bonding. Now you may recall that this metavalent bonding is essential in increasing the polarizability of the electrons and therefore enhance reflecting their contrast. Therefore, we predict that as you transition to this fully selenium substituted composition, we will also see a decrease of the optical contrast modulation in the phase switching. Now, one last thing I also want to highlight here is that you may have noticed here for this particular stoichiometry, where you have a selenium tellurium composition ratio of 4:1. The theoretical prediction predicts not just one structure, but multiple structural variants, where the selenium and tellurium atoms can randomly mix or randomly change their positions with minimum amount of impact in their formation energy. So what this means is that when you actually try to synthesize this particular stoichiometry here, rather than getting one well-defined structure, most likely you're going to get many atomic scale patches of this different moieties of structures. So this atomic scale structure disorder would induce electronic carrier localization that then helps to suppress the free carrier absorption, as we shall see later. So then we go ahead and actually experimentally synthesize this material. I'm glad to report here that the experimentally synthesized material actually has a structure that agrees very well with our theoretical prediction, as is shown by our X-ray diffraction experiment as well as high-resolution TEM experiments. And we can now actually turn around and take a look at what the property of this material is. So now if you look at starting with the classical GST225 composition with full tellurium, if you heat it up, the structure transition is exactly what you will see in the literature. At about 150 degrees Celsius, you start to see crystallization into a cubic structure. And if you keep on increasing temperature, eventually you transition into this thermodynamically stable hexagonal structure. Now, if you look at this GSST composition with the selenium tellurium ratio of 4:1, then one thing you immediately notice as you heat it up is that the crystalline transition temperature is elevated to about 250 degrees Celsius. So this proves that this composition with increasing selenium amount, indeed, we are increasing the amorphous phase stability. Okay. Now, if you go to the fully selenium substituted composition, you may notice that actually diffraction spectra becomes completely different. And that's because we are now going to orthorhombic structure rather than the cubic structure in the crystalline phase. So the behavior becomes completely different. And also the crystallization temperature is also elevated, further elevated. So this essentially means that we now have a completely different crystalline structure. And as our theoretical prediction says, this will likely lead to a reduced optical contrast that's not desirable. So this is also confirmed by our optical property measurement here. So as you can see on the left side, I'm essentially showing how the index contrast varies as you go from the tellurium fully tellurium competition to a fully selenium substituted competition, and you see a sudden drop of, you see a large drop of this index contrast as you go to a fully selenium substituted competition. We also see a systematic decrease of the optical loss here with the, as you increase the selenium substitution. So based on this information here, we conclude that this selenium to tellurium ratio of 4:1 actually gives us the best trade-off between optical loss and optical contrast, as well as the switching kinetics. So that this combination of germanium 2, antimony 2, selenium 4, and tellurium 1, what we call GSST here, will give us the best performance for our photonic applications. Now, if you look at the actual measure optical property across broadband here, it yields a large optical index contrast of 1.5 as we switch these two structure states, as well as broadband transparency across pretty much the entire infrared wavelength range, with a field of merit that's 2 orders of magnitude higher compared to a classical GST 225 competition. So this will be the competition we're going to use for a lot of the subsequent applications we're going to discuss. Now, what I also want to emphasize here is that we are certainly not the only group. They're exploring new phase change material competitions to offer low optical losses compared to classical GST. Some of the prominent work I also want to specifically highlight here. For example, this is from Robert Simpson's group from Singapore, where they actually pioneered this antimony sulfide competition to actually extend the transparency range even to the visible regime. As well as this one is from Southampton, from Otto Moskin's group, where they developed this antimony selenide competition. They also realized a viable material, in particular for telecom wavelength range. So later on in my talk, you will see applications of this different kind of a group of phase changing materials. With GSST, we use mostly for the metal surface applications, benefiting from the large reflecting index contrast. Where and antimony selenide, we use it also for the integrated photonic applications, given its transparency and the near-infrared optical telecommunication wavelength range. Okay, so now next, let's switch gears a little bit and take a look at how we actually perform reversible switching of this phase change materials. So to go from this amorphous state to crystalline state, what you would do is you would then supply energy pulse that's usually small in amplitude, but has a relatively long duration. So this helps to heat up the material so that all the atoms has enough kinetic energy to essentially move around and find a thermodynamically stable state, which is a crystalline state. If you're going in the reverse direction, you then supply energy pulse that's much larger in amplitude, but much shorter. So this helps to bring up the material to above the melting point, so you get the liquid state, and you quickly cool it down, so then you're freezing this amorphous-like liquid state. Now, this energy pulse can be supplied by using ultra-fast femtosecond laser, for example, okay? Or you can use integrated on-chip heaters to perform some switching here. In my group, we have mostly focused on integrated heaters. Therefore, this is actually an approach that's amenable to on-chip integration to create compact optical systems. Now, one thing I also want to highlight here is that for some of you who are actually familiar with the application of these materials in memories, you may know that in memory applications, when people perform this electrical switching, instead of using an external microheater, they actually directly pass current through the material itself. So we are not doing that for photonic applications. Again, this is one big important difference between optical and electronic applications. In electronic memories, as I said, the switching volume is tiny, right? When you come to optics, you need to switch a much larger volume of material. And this creates a challenge of so-called filamentation if you're trying to pass current directly through this large volume of phase change materials. So when you actually try to crystallize it by directly pass current through this phase change material, due to some kind of inherent inhomogeneity, you always tend to crystallize a thin wire of this material. And now, because of the crystalline state, it has a much higher electrical conductivity compared to amorphous state. Once you crystallize this thin wire, it's going to suck in all the electric current and then prevent uniform crystallization of the entire volume of this phase change material. So that's why, for these optical applications where you need to switch large volumes of PCMs, we opted for using an external microheater to actually perform such a switching. So this is just one example of how we actually perform such a switching here. This is actually one device we fabricated where we actually have some metal surfaces with underlying conductive metal heaters to actuate such a phase transition. And this is also what we believe to the first demonstration of electrically switched phase change metal surface here. And this was actually selected as one of the breakthroughs in the year of 2021 by the OSA. So while this is a nice demonstration to show that we can reversibly switch these phase change materials to create such a compact system, this initial demonstration also leaves a lot to desire. So first of all, is that this demonstration essentially used an underlying metal heater to supply the electric current. Now, we know that metal is actually opaque, so this limits the operation of devices in a reflective mode and not in a transmissive mode. So for that, we need to look into alternative materials that's actually optically transparent as a heater material. In addition, the device also only allows reversible switching of up about 50 cycles. Okay, so we have very limited lifetime before the material starts to degrade. So we also need to look into alternative ways to actually mitigate such a failure mechanisms here. So first of all, let's take a look at what are the material options to create transparent heaters for transmissive optical devices. So one example here is to actually use a transparent graphene. And in this work, we have demonstrated that using graphene, we can actually switch reliably between the amorphous and crystalline state, and also access not just a fully amorphous and fully crystalline state, but also intermediate states that correspond to a mixture of amorphous and crystalline phases to realize quasi-continuous control. Now, in addition to graphene, the other material, transparent heater material we are investigating is actually a doped silicon. And doped silicon has the advantage of its compatibility with standard CMOS microfabrication here. So in fact, we have been collaborating with the Lincoln Laboratory at MIT, where they actually have essentially a 19 nanometer CMOS fabrication line, where they have all the standard CMOS tools to fabricate all type of standard photonic devices. And this is also a lab that opens not just for academic users, but also to external users in both defense as well as civilian industries. My colleagues at Lincoln Lab, they have actually spent about 2 years essentially allowing us to qualify these phase change materials for direct integration into the standard CMOS fabrication process. So we no longer have to essentially take out the devices, perform a post backend fabrication to integrate these materials, but rather everything can be seamlessly integrated into the standard silicon CMOS process. So they can integrate these phase change materials alongside with other standard photonic components. So now with this integration capability, we can now demonstrate a wide range of photonic devices, as I'll talk about later. So what I'm showing you here, this is basically a foundry fabrication process flow that's adopted by our Lincoln Lab colleagues. So the process started out with a silicon on insulator wafer. You then perform ion implantation to create this doped silicon regions where you can flow current through to actuate the phase transition. You can then pattern the silicon, deposit the phase changing materials. You need to encapsulate it to ensure that you don't cause any contamination to other surrounding CMOS devices. And then you can perform other kind of fabrications to complete the fabrication process. So now what I want to show you here is that before I move on to talk about device applications, I also want to highlight that this doped silicon heater platform is also a versatile platform that allows us to thoroughly characterize the different characteristics of this phase transition process. So first of all, what I'm showing you here, this is a cross-sectional schematic of this silicon-based heater platform. Now, we can use it in conjunction with characterization methods such as microscope Raman to measure the switching kinetics of these phase changing materials. Now, specifically, when we actually use this technique along with micro Raman, we have intentionally used a non-confocal Raman setup. In non-confocal Raman setup, we know that this Raman light is not spatially confined. It actually has a large interaction volume that overlaps not just with phase changing materials, but also with this silicon insulator layer, as well as the underlying silicon substrate. So now when we actually collect the Raman spectrum, we can get Raman signal from the phase changing materials that allows us to precisely determine the structural state or the crystalline phase fraction of the phase changing material. In addition, we will also get Raman signatures from silicon here, both this silicon insulator layer as well as the underlying bulk silicon substrate. Now, if we measure the Raman peak shift from the silicon peak as a function of voltage we applied across this heater here, what we noticed is that initially we see essentially one silicon Raman peak as we expected. But as you increase the voltage, you start to see this one single peak actually split into two here. So the explanation is that actually as you increase the voltage, the temperature of the heater will increase, right? So this temperature change actually leads to a shift of the silicon Raman peak. And this is what we are actually observing here for this red dots here. Okay. Now we still see another black dots here where it corresponds to a Raman peak that doesn't really shift much with temperature. And what happens here is that that's actually because of signal that's collected from underlying bulk silicon substrate. Because the bulk silicon substrate is in close contact with the heat sink, so the temperature doesn't change nearly as much as compared to this silicon insulator layer. So this Raman shift therefore gives us a way to actually directly probe what is the temperature underneath this phase changing material here in the silicon heater. So this then gives us a way to actually perform in situ measurement of the temperature of the during the phase transition process. And we see that this technique allows us to actually very precisely measure temperature in agreement with our finite element analysis, as I'm showing in this plot here. So now one utility of the ability to characterize both the structure of phase changing material as well as the temperature during phase transition is then we can now actually measure the TTT diagram of time temperature transformation diagram to fully characterize the switching kinetics of this phase changing materials. Now, what I want to mention is that while this TT diagram turns out is very important in characterizing the phase transition kinetics, experimentally, it was very challenging to measure for this phase changing materials. Okay, in fact, I believe that people have actually not quantitatively measured this kind of true TTT phase diagram before in these phase changing materials. Instead, what they do is they measure a substitute. This is essentially known as PTE diagram. Okay, so power temperature effect diagram as a less rigorous proxy of a TT diagram. So in a PT diagram, what you have here on the vertical axis is essentially the power. This is the essential power of the laser pulse. This is used essentially as a proxy of the temperature during phase transition. And then horizontal axis with the time. And if you look at the color bar here, this essentially gives you some kind of optical effect or such as reflectance change, which is used as a way to characterize the fraction of the crystalline phase material. Now, the challenge with PD diagram is that it's very specific to experimental condition, right? So, for example, the laser pulse power does not directly correlate with temperature. Different laser pulse powers can correspond to very different temperatures when you actually switch different experimental setup or different sample preparation that has a different thermal environment. Okay, so what we are looking for here is a technique that allows us to measure a more universal TTT diagram that does not depend on the specific experimental configuration. So like I said, with our micro Raman combined with silicon microheaters, we can concurrently measure both the temperature during phase transition as well as structure of the phase changing materials. So using this technique, what I'm showing you here essentially is a sparse TTT diagram where each dot here correspond to one specific experiment for a certain time duration, and what's a fraction of the crystalline state that has been transformed during this specific crystallization experiment. So from this plot, we see that we can infer the information that if you want to crystallize these GSSC phase changing materials, the optimum transition temperature is somewhere around 800 Kelvin. And at this temperature, it takes about a few milliseconds to actually crystallize this material. Okay, so in addition to characterizing this TT diagram, I also want to mention that this silicon-based heaters also give us a very convenient way to actually characterize the failure mechanisms in this phase changing materials for optical applications. Now, for electronic memory application, people have done tons of work looking at how this material degrades as the switching cycle proceeds. Now, unfortunately, as I mentioned, because we have different switching mechanisms here, for electronic memories, we are passing current directly or adding voltage directly across the phase changing material. Whereas in optical applications, we actually use an external conductive heater like doped silicon or metal to pass current through to actuate the phase transition. So this difference in the switching mechanism also means that the failure mechanisms that applies to electrical memories may not apply to photonic applications. Indeed, if you look at this paper, for example, they summarize these failure mechanisms in electronic memories. A lot of the mechanisms they talk about here, such as electromigration, simply just that does not apply to optical cases. So therefore, we have actually performed a systematic study that look into what are the different mechanisms that actually are dominant in these optical configurations here. And this is sort of like an experimental setup. So we have this micro heater platform that then allows us, once packaged with wire bonds and external control electronic circuits, we can then couple it with different kind of optical characterization methods, such as optical microscope, micro FTIR, or micro Raman, so that we can characterize the structure and optical properties of the materials as we switch it over many, many different cycles. So this is actually a optical microscope image, shows actually a pattern phase changing materials, how we actually switch as we apply the electrical pulses to transform optical structure in a reversible manner. Now, long story short, due to time limit, I won't go into much details of the study here, but I want to highlight that we actually identify a number of unique failure mechanisms specific to this heater-based switching configurations here. So for example, because of the strain and stress due to volume change when we switch the material from amorphous to crystalline state, this actually leads to delamination of the capping layers on top of phase changing materials. Okay, we can also get the electromigration coming from metal contacts, as well as the thermal diffusion of the different elements during the phase transition process. Some other unique failure mechanisms we have identified also include, for example, hydrogen release from the capping layer that eventually lead to failure, as well as the wetting of the phase changing materials. Because when we actually switch it to the amorphous state, we need to heat it up to above the melting point, and this presence of liquid state actually lead to a fluid instability that eventually compromise the morphological stability of these phase changing systems. So we have actually developed a number of mitigation measures for each of these specific failure mechanisms. For example, we have engineered inherent strain and stress in the capping layer to actually minimize the delamination as well as hydrogen release. We have also applied the AC field rather than the DC current to minimize any kind of electromigration. To mitigate the thermal diffusion, we have increased the amorphization pulse duration, so that increase the time the material dwelled at the liquid phase state to promote the homogenization of the elements and therefore prevent this kind of thermal diffusion. Now, that also brings a little trade-off here, that if you increase the amount of dwelling time in the liquid phase state, the wetting is also increases. So we have to select carefully what is the layer that's in contact with the material to prevent this kind of wetting phenomenon. So long story short, with all these mitigation measures, this is actually some very recent data that my student just sent to me a couple of weeks ago. We're now able to extend the switching lifetime of this large area PCM from a few tens of cycles to tens of thousand cycles with minimal amount of degradation. Now, one thing I also want to emphasize here is that this results applies to a device that has a very large aperture size, a few hundred microns across. And this corresponds to a huge switching volume that's 8 orders of magnitude larger compared to those in electronic memories. And I want to highlight this because this large volume switching is always a lot more challenging compared to switching a small volume elements here, because there's inherent inhomogeneity due to temperature gradient, due to material inhomogeneity there, that makes the large volume switching always a lot more challenging compared to switching a smaller materials, a smaller volume scale. So using this insight, if you look at, if you go to photonic devices with a smaller switching volume here, so in this case, there's actually some work we have done in collaboration with the Volker-Sorgers group at the George Washington University. What we have demonstrated here is we also integrate these phase changing materials or waveguides to create essentially a multi-bit optical memory here. In this case, the switching volume is still much larger compared to electronic memories, but much smaller compared to this device I'm demonstrating here. So with the reduced switching volume, we were able to demonstrate it actually a stable switching of at least 500,000 cycles here that opens up many application venues for this kind of long-lived phase changing materials. Okay, so now I've shown you that we can actually reversibly switch these phase changing materials over many, many cycles. Now, next, we can now take a look at what are the applications, first in a photonic integrated circuit. So to create such a reprogrammable photonic integrated circuit, what we are doing here is that we have created essentially the silicon insulated waveguide And then we can use this the CMOS fabrication process I have described to you to create this doped silicon heaters here. And then we can then deposit a patch of phase changing materials directly on top of waveguides. So then when we actually switch the phase of the material, the reflecting the contrast is then going to impart a non-volatile phase shift onto a light wave passing in the waveguide. So what we have here essentially is an electrically switched, non-volatile optical phase shifter here. So to design this phase shifter, one key parameter we have to be careful about is actually the doping concentration in this dope heater here. So if you go to high doping concentration, you lower the electrical resistance, and therefore you can lower the amount of the voltage that you will need to switch this material reversibly. But the trade-off there is that this high doping also leads to a free carrier absorption in doped silicon heater. So the optimized configuration we have figured out is that we need the doping configuration of the order of a few tens of the 10 to the 18th per cubic centimeter doping concentration that gives us the best trade-off between switching voltage as well as the insertion loss. We have also designed heaters to ensure that we have a good temperature uniformity across this patch of phase changing material, so we can get good switching to avoid any kind of hotspots that can compromise the lifetime. Now, with this non-volatile phase shifter, we can then integrate it into different kinds of photonic devices to realize photonic reconfiguration. So the first example here, this is actually just a magenta interferometer, and we have embedded in this phase shifter here on both arms of the interferometer here, and we can switch it back and forth together, essentially switch light from one port to the other port here with a large contrast ratio of 15 dB. And this also comes in with a very compact footprint here. As you can you can see from this number here, we need a phase shifter length of only about 11 microns to achieve a full pi phase shift. And this compares favorably to other kind of optical phase shifters using either thermo-optic or electro-optic phase changing or electro-optic mechanisms, because unlike those mechanisms where the reflecting exchange is minuscule, these phase changing materials impart much larger index change, and therefore can create much more compact photonic devices to realize this phase change in a very short optical path. At the same time, because we're using these optically transparent phase changing materials, we can also achieve a low insertion loss of only 0.15 dB for this phase delay. So what we have here essentially is a transparent, low loss, non-volatile, as well as ultra compact phase shifter here that can be used to control all kinds of reconfigurable photonic circuits. As another example, we can also integrate these kind of phase shifters onto micro-ring resonator here, and we can then switch it by changing the current and the switching voltage. We can continuously tune the reflected the resonant wavelengths across this different range here. And we have also shown that once we have tuned this resonant wavelength range, during a time period of at least a couple of months, we will see that there's essentially no change of the resonant wavelengths, to demonstrate that we can use this material for non-volatile photonic trimming post-fabrication. Okay, so I've shown you that we can now use this electrical switching to essentially realize this non-volatile phase shifter here. And this non-volatile phase shifter turns out is an important building block for this programmable photonic integrated circuit, as I'm illustrating here. So if you look at this very nice review paper from Nature, it has essentially outlined these bright prospects where this reconfigurable photonic integrated circuit can be applied for a wide range of applications, where a single photonic circuit can be reprogrammed to adapt to different functions or different applications on the fly. Now, the key building block here, if you look at this reconfigurable photonic circuits, is actually a combination of variable couplers or phase shifters with inline power monitors. So we believe that this phase change technology provides an ideal solution for this kind of programmable photonic integrated circuit with this low loss, non-volatile phase shifters here. Now, in addition to this dynamic reconfiguration, I also want to briefly mention another application here where we're using this phase change characteristic to realize essentially one-time switching applications. So the motivation for this application here is for wafer level photonic testing. Okay, so we know that as photonic circuits get more and more complex, we need to find ways to actually essentially perform diagnostics or to perform a testing here on the photonic circuits to identify whether or not you get the essentially operating photonic system here. So typically, in the conventional way of performing testing here is to use essentially the so-called tap coupler, which is basically a directional coupler that couples out a small fraction of light from main photonic circuits to the testing port. So then you can perform diagnostics on the main photonic circuits. Okay, but the downside here is that this kind of structures essentially cause a permanent optical loss to the main photonic circuits, because this port always will split out a small fraction of light from the main photonic waveguides. So our idea here is that we can use phase changing materials to create what we call the transient tap coupler here. So in such a transient coupler, when we want to actually test the photonic devices, it will actually allow us to get some light out of the photonic circuit to perform testing. But once we are done with testing, we can then change the structure of the phase changing materials. So we'll permanently shut off this coupler to prevent any parasitic optical loss in subsequent applications. So the configuration of the tap coupler is as I'm illustrating here. It's basically again the directional coupler, but with a phase changing material covering one of the waveguides that goes to a test port. So in the amorphous state, in the S-deposited state, the two waveguides actually phase matched with each other. So you can have some light that's coupled into the testing port to perform characterization. But once you're done with testing, you can then perform a simple furnace annealing to essentially crystallize these phase changing materials across the entire wafer. And once you change the structure here, you then lead to a very large optical phase mismatch between these two waveguides here. Now, due to this optical phase mismatch, the light will then be confined in this starting waveguide, and this testing port will essentially becomes invisible to this main photonic circuit to prevent any parasitic optical loss in subsequent device applications. So we have demonstrated that using this scheme, we were able to achieve in on state about 6% of power coupling ratio, which is quite typical for this kind of tap ports. But when we switch to off state, the insertion loss becomes only 0.01 dB here, which is minimal for any photonic applications. We have also validated this technology in both silicon and silicon nitride platform, shows that this technology can be used to characterize a wide range of different photonic integrated circuit systems. Okay, so now in the last part of my talk, let me use the last few minutes to briefly talk about how we can also apply these phase changing materials to realize reconfigurable optical metal surfaces. So just by way of introduction, to see how metal surface works, we can take a look at how conventional optical elements like refractive lenses control the propagation of light. So in a refractive lens, we know that we have these curved surfaces that can bend the propagation direction of light to actually create, for example, a focal spot. Another way to view how this lens operates is that it essentially creates a spatially dependent phase delay, which is larger in the center because you have passed through the lens that's optically thick, comprising of optically dense media, which is glass. So you get more phase delay in the center compared to the edge. And this spatially dependent phase delay profile will then bend the initially flat wavefront into a curved wavefront, so that you create essentially this conversion wave that then eventually arrive at one single focal spot. Optical metal surfaces actually operate on the same principle. What we have is on a flat substrate, we then pattern this tiny little optical antenna arrays that we call metal atoms. And then each of these metal atoms, its shape and geometry can then be adjusted so that we can impart specific phase delay depending on the position of the metal atoms. Now, if we stitch together these metal atoms, and assuming that the dimension of these metal atoms is smaller than wavelength, then the incident light will not be able to tell the difference of this stepwise phase delay profile compared to a continuous phase delay profile. And what you end up getting here is essentially a metal surface lens or metal lens that performs in exactly the same way as a conventional focusing lens. So conventionally, this kind of metal surfaces will be passive. In recent years, there's been a lot of interest in looking into so-called active metal surfaces, where you can actually tune the optical property of metal surface post-fabrication. And there are many mechanisms people have explored using essentially, for example, mechanical stretching to mechanically deform the metal surface, or using electro-optic effect, isomorphic effect, optical curve effect to tune the optical properties. The limitation of these mechanisms, again, is because of small refracting exchange induced by these mechanisms. The tuning range is actually limited. So that's why people look into instead using these phase changing materials to expand the tuning range of these optical phase changing materials. Again, there has been many nice work that's been done in the domain here. And our main innovation here is that we're introducing this low loss phase shifting materials to enable transmissive optical devices. And also we have introduced electrical switching instead of optical switching to create this compact, fully integrated chip scale devices. So it's just that one example to show you how we can actually design this kind of reconfigurable optical metal surface to achieve specific optical functionalities. Let's consider a varifocal metal lens. When we switch this material state from amorphous to crystalline, this lens will actually focus light at two different focal spots that correspond to different focal length. So to see how this device can be designed, let's take a look at the design procedures here. So to start with, we need to come up with two different optical phase distributions. Okay, so this if we want to focus light at two different focal lengths, we will then to design two different spatially dependent optical phase profiles that correspond to different focal lengths. The next step is then across the aperture, we then need to discretize these phase profiles into several discrete levels. So we can use a finite step of a metal atom or antenna designs to map this optical phase profile. So what we are doing here is that we then discretize this phase profile into 4 different discrete phase levels that we color coded with 4 different colors. Okay, so 0 phase delay is coded with a red color here. Half pi phase delay is with yellow color, pi with green color, and then 1.5 pi with blue color. Okay, so now with this discretized phase profile, next step is that we need to design a set of 16 different metal atoms to cover the entire optical phase change from 0 to 2 pi in both amorphous state and in the crystalline state. So to illustrate this mechanism here, we can group these 16 metal atoms into 4 distinctive groups. In the first group of metal atoms, if you look at the amorphous state phase profile, according to our color code, you see that they all have this red color here, means that in the amorphous state, they all impart 0 phase delay. If we move to crystalline state, they then switch to 4 different colors that then span the full 0 to 2 pi phase range. Okay. Similarly, if we go to a second group, now in the amorphous state, they all have a phase delay of half pi, but then when you go to crystalline state, again, the phase delay will cover the entire 0 to 2 pi phase range. So by using this 2 square of 16 different metal atoms, we'll then be able to realize full 2 pi phase coverage in both amorphous state and the crystalline state. And we can now switch between 2 arbitrary optical phase profile maps in between the 2 states here. So now we can use this mechanism to actually construct a binary switch optical metal surface, for example, a binary varifocal metal lens. So this is actually a fabricated metal lens structure where we actually use a lithography to directly pattern an edge into this GSSC phase change materials. We can also characterize the optical performance of the device here. In the amorphous and crystalline state, we see this very nice focal spot here with efficiency of the order of about 30%, which can be further improved by optimizing the design. And we also see a very large contrast ratio with minimal amount of crosstalk between these 2 states here, as we have expected for our design. Now, one last thing I want to mention here is that we also measure so-called Strehl ratio of the focal spot here. So Strehl ratio essentially is a measure that measures optical quality of the lens. A Strehl ratio of unity essentially means that this is the ideal limit. You have no optical aberrations. Okay, and in our case, we were able to achieve a Strehl ratio very close to 1 in both amorphous state and in the crystalline state. And this is very important, shows that we can actually use our design methodology to design high quality optical lenses that can perform very well in both switchable states. So next, you may wonder, okay, why is this kind of a varifocal lens, switchable lens useful? So one potential application is actually we can use this kind of lens to actually create a zoom optical lens that changes magnification without introducing any mechanical moving parts. So conventionally, this kind of zoom lens is realized by essentially translating some of the lens groups with respect to the others. And that's why mechanical zoom, this kind of zoom lens typically has a large footprint, okay, that you have to, that is bulky and complicated, okay? So instead, if you go into this phase change materials, we can actually integrate 2 layers of metal surfaces on 2 sides of optical substrates here. And when we switch them from amorphous to crystalline state, you can then change essentially effective magnification to change the optical zoom here. So now we can operate this lens across two states. One is a wide angle state that allows you to capture coming light over a large field of view to get a global perspective. You can then switch to the high magnification state where you can zoom in and look at one specific section here to get a much higher resolution. One next thing I also want to emphasize here is this zoom lens is parfocal. So unlike the previously demonstrated varifocal lens, in a parfocal zoom lens, when you're actually switching between these two states, the focal plane is actually not mechanically moving or is a stationary in space. And this is important here because it means that we don't have to refocus our lens during this zoom process. Otherwise, we'll defeat the purpose of having a mechanically static optical zoom lens. So, due to time limit, I won't go into much of the details here, but suffice it to say that using this mechanism, we have demonstrated a lens that has a 10x optical zoom. And as you can see from the image here, we were able to actually switch between two states with very different field of view and a varying resolution here to achieve such a static zoom lens without mechanical moving parts. Okay. Now, before I conclude, I also want to mention that in addition to switching between this fully amorphous and fully crystalline state, by controlling the switching voltage, we can also control the fraction of crystallization and therefore realize this continuous tuning or multi-state operation across a wide wavelength range. So there's a wide range of photonic devices you can envisage using this phase change materials. So to conclude my talk here, we have demonstrated that we can use this selenium substitution to realize this phase change material GSST with low optical loss, large intercontrast, and enhanced amorphous phase stability that's ideal for these photonic applications. Using a silicon-based switchable platform, we have actually understand different failure mechanisms in the phase change materials that allows us to realize a switching over a large number of cycles, tens of thousands or even to millions of cycles. We have also achieved seamless integration of this phase change materials with a standard silicon photonic foundry fabrication platform to realize photonic integrated circuits as well as active metal surfaces using this phase change material. What I also want to mention is that well, due to time limit, I have not gone through all the applications of this phase change material we have explored here with our collaborators. So for example, in collaboration with NASA, we have launched some of these reconfigurable phase change material devices into International Space Station to characterize their potential as tunable optical elements for compact space applications. In collaboration with Walker Sockers Group, we have also demonstrated multiple devices that can form the key building blocks for photonic tensor processing unit. In collaboration with Patrick Hopkins Group at University of Virginia, we've also looked into fundamental aspects of these phase change materials to show that they're not only unique in their exceptional optical properties, they also exhibit some unique behavior in photon transport that distinguishes them from conventional phase change materials. So if you have any ideas for potential collaborations, I will certainly also embrace any synergies you can explore here. I'll be happy to collaborate if you have exciting research ideas that you want to explore. So finally, I also want to acknowledge our collaborators that have actually contributed to this work here. So our Lincoln Lab colleagues, Stephen Vittel and Vlad Lieberman, their group are the ones that actually spend the time to actually integrate this phase change materials with the CMOS process here. The materials, phase change material actually synthesized by our colleagues at University of Central Florida, Kathleen Richardson's group. We have collaborated with Hualan Zhang's group at UMass Lowell to design the metal surfaces, as well as the Hyungjin Kim's group at NASA on many of the system level integration. Okay. So last but certainly not the least, I also want to thank my hardworking grad students and postdocs that actually realized all these photonic devices and materials. So Yifei Zhang, who is a former PhD student in my group, he's the one that actually invented all these new GST phase change materials. Carlos Rios, who is a postdoc that actually developed all these integrated photonic devices, he's now assistant professor at University of Maryland, continuing to explore this amazing world of phase change materials. Cosmin Popescu, he's a new grad student in my group that has actually identified all these different fading mechanisms that boost the lifetime of phase change materials. And last but certainly not least, Mikhail Shalakinov, he's former postdoc in my group, who is not only good at making the metal surfaces, but also making nice graphic arts, all the animations that demonstrate the phase change mechanisms. Okay, so that's why he's appointed as a chief artistic officer of the group. And this is the person that actually really did nothing but just get a chance to talk all about it. So with that, I'm going to conclude my talk, and I'll be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Juejun, for such an inspiring talk. We will take a few questions from the audience.
Thank you for a really very interesting talk. I was curious, when you do the tunable meta surfaces, and that's also done, the change is done with heating, right?
Yes, so we have actually demonstrated both, depending on device configuration. So for example, for these devices here, continuous tuning, this is done with the integrated heater by passing electric current through a heater to actually actuate phase transition. For some of the other devices, like for example, for this zoom lens, as a proof of concept, we actually use furnace annealing to demonstrate the switching mechanism here. But there's no reason we cannot integrate the device with micro heater to realize a fully chip scale switchable device.
So I was curious, when you do the heating, is there some spatial resolution, because the heat should not affect the neighboring meta atoms?
Okay, great question. So our current heating scheme essentially uses collective switching of all the meta atoms together. So for example, in this lens here, all these meta atoms will be placed on one single heater, and all of them will simultaneously switch from amorphous to crystalline state, realize this kind of binary switch. Okay, we are now also working on essentially having a pixelated array of heaters to create this kind of switching here. And as you have very correctly pointed out, there's a thermal crosstalk between the neighboring pixels we have to carefully consider. So we have to actually essentially add thermal isolation trenches, for example, around each of the pixels to mitigate this kind of effect or crosstalk between the pixels here. So that's a very important issue indeed. Yeah, great question.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hi, sir. This is a encouraging talk. And it is so it's really an encouraging talk. It's opens up a lots of huge opportunities to work. But one simple doubt I am having, so it's like you were showing some 800 Kelvin kind of heating is for the so how are you managing that 800 Kelvin kind of short pulse to cool?
Okay, great question. So yeah, I mean the high temperature switching, that could certainly be a concern for the reliability there. That's why we spend so much time looking into all the different kind of mechanisms, failure mechanisms, to ensure it has a durable material. Now I do want to mention that that heating is actually very short. The pulse duration typically in the order of microsecond or even less. So the thermal effect is fairly minuscule. That's why we don't have to worry about the heating causing, for example, change of doping profile in the heaters, because this very short time duration. On top of that, I also want to mention that the heating is usually very localized. Okay, that's actually important to prevent this crosstalk and also prevent damage to any kind of neighboring devices. Despite that, like I said, this heating, the high temperature still could be a challenge there. Okay, because it causes all the thermal stress. It caused this cyclic thermal failure here. And that's why, like I said, we spend all the time looking into all these different mechanisms, how to mitigate, ensure you have a durable device. And that's definitely possible here. If you look at electronic memories, they also have to be heated up literally to the same high temperature to realize this structure state change. And people have realized hundreds of millions of cycles in these electronic memories. So we can expect that with very careful design to mitigate this inhomogeneity, we will also be able to realize the reliable photonic devices that also can undergo many cycles.
I have two questions. First question is, why these chalcogenides are used in PCM materials?
Is the question about why do we select chalcogenide as a phase in the material?
Yeah, why these chalcogenides materials are used for this PCM, that is phase change memory materials? And
okay. Okay, so it turns out that chalcogenide material is actually fairly unique. Chalcogenides are essentially basically the only material system that exhibit this unique metavalent kind of bonding state. And as I mentioned, this metavalent bonding state is actually important in achieving this very large optical contrast between amorphous and crystalline state. Right? If you look at other typical optical material, like say silicon, if you look at amorphous silicon and crystalline silicon, the refracting index is really fairly similar because you have the same constituent atoms, right? So you expect the same refracting index, almost the same refracting index. And that's why phase change material is really unique. With this bonding configuration change, this is the only way to like realize this large index difference. Okay, you can refer to some of the very nice work, for example, by the UTIP group at Aachen in Germany. They have published papers about design guidelines of this phase change and why you have to use triple to realize this kind of specific kind of metavalent bonding configuration change. So, so yeah, this is pretty much actually the kind of only material option if you want to achieve such a huge index contrast by structural change.
Okay, one more question. That you were talking about that phase changes from a cubic structure to orthorhombic phases, right? For GSST materials. Can you explain something again?
I apologize. You are breaking up a little bit. Could you repeat your question?
Telluride, you talk about that it changes cubic phases to orthorhombic phases.
Yes.
So why it changes and these phases? Why does it
I
change?
apologize. I got your first part of the question. You changed to orthorhombic phase for the fully selenium substitute composition. And then what was your last part of the sentence?
The germanium, antimony, selenium telluride material, its phases is from cubic structure to orthorhombic structures in your some theoretical simulations.
Yes.
So why does it changes actually?
Oh, okay. So let me explain it a little bit. So what actually happens here is that this is not just one single material with single composition. We have essentially a very different material compositions. Okay. So this one is fully tellurium. This one is selenium tellurium ratio 1:4. This one is 2:3, and so on and so forth. And last one is when you completely substitute tellurium with selenium. So what we are seeing here is the crystalline structure for the all of this composition essentially is cubic. The only thing that's different is for the last fully selenium substitute composition, it becomes orthorhombic. And again, I'm not a theorist, so I'm essentially quoting my colleagues who actually performed this first principle theoretical calculation. Yeah, but what they found out is that if you eliminate this germanium tellurium bonds, then the formation energy of this germanium antimony selenium structures or orthorhombic phase is significantly reduced. So as a result, this becomes a thermodynamically stable phase in place of the conventional cubic phase. So that's why if you look at it, when you actually heat it up, then for GSST, it crystallizes into a cubic phase. But for germanium antimony selenide, it will crystallize into orthorhombic phase. So I hope that at least partly answers your question.
Hello, Professor Hu. It was a really nice talk. I have one question. So here, I can see from the structure, whatever you are referring to the thermodynamically more stable structure. So it is forming some like 4 member rings there, and then it's in the amorphous region, it's going to form some 3 member ring. Yeah, here in this picture also, I can see that you are referring to the GSSE5. So my question is there like anyhow there is some structural stability issue that you have observed, maybe because it is converting to this 3 member is the triangle shape from this 4 member ring, so maybe somehow it will be stay like they do not go back to again this crystalline phase. So is there any chance, or are you applying anything to increase the stability on surface coating or something?
Yeah, so again, I do want to mention that this schematic here, this is just a section, a 2D section of 3-dimensional structure. So it might not fully reflect essentially the structure here. Okay, and so so you're asking about whether or not we can apply some coatings or whatever to stabilize the structure here. Is that right?
So is there any structural instability, like there is chance that it will not go back to again that phase, the crystalline phase?
Okay. So one thing I do want to mention is that what we're simulating here essentially is thermodynamically stable structure. So this phase is actually thermodynamically stable. If you heat it up to somewhere below the melting point, this is the ultimate fate of the material. It's going to kind of form too. So in principle, we do not need any coatings to realize the structure. You can just anneal the film in whatever in ambient atmosphere, it will automatically transform to a structure similar like this. Okay. But however, we usually still put a capping layer on top of this phase change materials, basically because of the when we go through a high temperature process, if you have the material directly in contact with ambient, they tend to get oxidized. So the capping layer is more of a protective layer to improve the durability, much less so about stabilizing the structure, because these are thermodynamic stable configurations.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so if there are no questions from the audience, let us give a big round of applause for Professor Juejun Hu.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, please join us.